Hier ist dann doch sehr stark ausgemacht, finde ich auch. Da kann ich mir nicht abstimmen.
Yes, you invoice on the folder on the disk. You just close it, it's just here. This one.
Okay, good evening. Yes, welcome to our session of the day. We have Alexandra who's going to present for us. Alexandra, over to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction and thanks for your interest in my talk. I've learned that this is the first talk after lunch, and therefore I decided not to bring too much mathematical details. So if you want to see the mathematical details, you're more than welcome to look into the paper and my research. I will try to keep things on a very applied level, so to say. And I will speak about ordinal patterns. And ordinal patterns are a very, very nice tool which you can basically use combined with big data analysis, because it reduces your data in a neat way. And sometimes you plug in your raw data in your deep neural networks or random forests or whatever, and you lose a lot of information. And then the idea of these ordinal patterns is you already know that you're interested in the up and down behavior of the data, particularly if you deal with the movement of animals and you're interested where they will move and stuff like that. And then you can do ordinal patterns as a kind of pre-processing. And there's a vast literature on this. And the funny thing is that a lot of authors use different encodings for the ordinal patterns. And most of the time they do not tell you why they do this. And sometimes you have the impression they just do this because everybody does, or because some PhD father or whatever did this. Okay, so ordinal patterns are the following. I take a data vector which is small, right? If you have big data, you go with a moving window over your data and you only fix always 3 or 4 or 5 points. You go through your data with a moving window. And this is this length data which I will always fix, right? Think of 3 or 4 points. And then the ordinal pattern of these data vectors is just the description on how the data is ordered. And you can do this by just writing this down. Of the 3 elements, the third element is the largest, while the second one is the least. This is a full information on how this data is ordered, but this is completely useless when you want to do mathematics or want to do calculations or big data analysis. Therefore, you encode this in different ways, and I will show you 3 of them at least. And maybe this is a 4th version, this is the graphical version, right? These are all the ordinal patterns of length 3, how 3 points can be ordered if you only consider the height, so where they are lying, right? So you compare the values depending on which is the highest and the lowest and then the median. And now what I want to do is I want to show you a little bit of the mathematical framework, very non-mathematical in fact, very on the level of examples. I will speak a bit on the advantages and disadvantages of the different encodings in terms of digital implementation, inverse ordinal patterns, and ties. And then I will give on one slide a guideline. Whenever you want to try this, I will tell you if you have this focus, then use this encoding for the pattern. Okay, the first thing is permutation representation. This was used in the first years, coming from 2002 to 2010 basically. This is because it was used in the first papers of it. Not because it's the best version, but because it was the first version. And here's an example of how this is done. You go through your raw data. These are your data points that you have measured on some system or whatever. And then you ask yourself, where is my lowest point? My lowest point is on point 2, and you put a 2 here. Where's my second lowest point? This is here, at the third place, so I put a 3 here. And so you can move on, and then you have here an encoding of your whole ordinal structure of this data vector. Right? So you can also look at the mathematical way, but as I said directly after lunch, this might be a bit annoying, so we just look at the example. So this is how the permutation representation works. And then within the last 10 years, so to say, the rank representation has taken over. This is more often used, and I personally use this all the time because I think it's very convenient. What you do there is, you encode this in a different way, but you look in the same way. You look, where's my smallest value, but then you put a 1, the rank 1, on this spot. Right, and then where's my second lowest value? This is here, my third lowest is here. And directly, if you look at this data vector and at this ordinal pattern, you see the analogy, right? You can see the up and down behavior easily, going down, going up, going all the way up to the highest value. This is perfectly encoded like this. So in terms of understandability, if you work with people working in applied sciences, then this is maybe the best way of encoding your ordinal pattern. And here's just a comparison of the two. And again, what you're doing is you take your raw data, you make out of this archetypic structure which tells you, okay, I move like this, and then you make out of it the permutation representation or the rank representation. And as I said, if you want to have intuition, then this is the rank intuition. It's much easier, right? 4, 2, 1, 5, 3. This is how this thing behaves. Okay, then there's a third one which I usually do not use, but people working with computers, with algorithms, with big data use a lot. This is the inversion representation. And again, there is this nasty mathematical definition, but we can go through one example just to show you very briefly how this works. You start with the first point, and then you look how often do I go from 4 afterwards, up or down. And then you count how often you go down. Right? I have two values which are lower than 4, so I write a 2 here. And then from this 1, I look how often do I go down. Oh, I do not go down anymore, so I put a 0 here. And then you can encode the same information, but in an entirely different way, by counting the inversions, by counting how often do I go down. Okay, now we have seen three different representations, and the question is, what is the best? I have to make this very quickly here. Implementation, if you want to work with computers, your algorithms are sometimes 2 to 4 times quicker if you use this implementation. But I'm not going into the details, you can have a look in the paper. If you want to deal with inverse ordinal patterns, so sometimes you have that in shares, right? Like the S&P 500, you go up and down, and then you have the volatility index as well, and it moves in different direction. And then you might ask yourself about inverse patterns. And in this case, it is nice to look here, right? This is space inversion. And the nice thing is, if you're using the permutation representation, you look to the inverse pattern, then you just read your pattern from the right to the left, like 4, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 2, 3. So in terms of inversions, the permutation representation works best because you just have to read your pattern from the right to the left. And if you're interested in time inversion, this is sometimes used again in data analysis. Is my data set time invertible? And then again, you read your pattern from the right to the left, but in the case of the rank representation, right? 3, 5, 1 to 4, 3, 5, 1 to 4. And there again, this representation is better. So you cannot say that there is one best representation for everything, but it really depends on the question you have in mind. Okay, we spoke about this and we spoke about that. Yeah, you can do time inversion as well with this third representation, but it's nasty and complicated and what I want to do. Okay, this is my last topic already. We deal with ties. Sometimes if you analyze data, you might have ties. We had this when we were working with fluid data, and there are fluid classification classes, only 5 classes. And if you have only 5 classes, your data set is something like 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, and you often have ties. Ties means the same value in the same small window of time. You go over your time and you have 2, 2, 2 or something. And then you ask yourself, what do I do? What is bigger? What is smaller? And then what people did was they just skipped these values, right? They just skipped the 2, 2, 2. But if you have this very often, you lose a lot of information. Second thing people did was they used randomization. So they put a small noise on their data, but again, they lost a lot of information. And the last thing people did was you say, I do not work with bigger, but I work with bigger or equal. But what is then happening is, you have something like this, 1, 10, 100, where you say, okay, the pattern should be 1, 2, 3. I'm going up all the time. But if you look and compare by bigger or equal instead of bigger, then 1, 1, 1 gets the same pattern, which is stupid, right? Because these two have an entirely different behavior, but they are mapped to the same pattern. And then what we did the last 2 years was we included more pattern. And this can nicely be done in the rank representation. And again, I show you only an example due to time constraints. Think of such a data set where you have here your time, you have twice the same value, and your data set is something like this, and then you say, okay, no matter what, this is the smallest value, and then I have 2 which are the same, so they both get number 2, and then I have here my number 3. And this works very nice in terms of the rank representation. And so we did this. The advantage is that you can really capture this behavior where you have consistency, where no movement up or down is seen, but just constant movement. You can do this nicely. The drawback is that you have much more pattern. You remember that at the beginning of the talk I showed you these 6 patterns of length 3, and here in the case of length 3 you have only 13 patterns. And just if you're interested in that, the number can be calculated as what is called the Fubini numbers. And this is the numbers, how much possibilities you have to rank runners in a field coming to the goal. Right? They reach the goal, and then you can ask, here I have, this is number 3, this is number 2, this is number 1, or they can all win. They can all reach the same time the end of the track. Okay, so in this case, it's nice to have the rank representation because there's a straightforward extension of that. And so I come already to my conclusion and to my guidelines. As I said, there's much more in the paper. You even paid for a 7th page in order to put more into the paper. And what we have here is ranks are very intuitive. So, and the nice thing is, if your raw data is 1, 2, 4, 3, then it is mapped on 1, 2, 4, 3, which is very convenient. Like you have really this up and down behavior captured nicely. Then it can easily be modified in the context of ties. And the rank representation is natural if you deal with reflected patterns at time, but the permutation representation is best if you have patterns which are inverted in space, like in this analysis of the volatility index as the S&P 500. And the inversion is the best if you really want to do implementations, but then you have to really keep track of the information, in particular the intuition, because this is often lost when working with this inversion representation. Okay, this is already everything I wanted to say, so thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thanks, Alexandra. Any questions?
Thank you for this presentation. I think you are a mathematician.
Yes.
Okay, coming from an engineering background, I would love to see how my science is working based on your findings. Because engineering is based on math and physics, as you know. So this is interesting, but can you tell me where I can apply this, if you please?
Yeah, in engineering I work closely together with people who work in hydrology. Okay. So we really, there are these warning degrees where you want to build a dam and you do not know how big to build it and where to build it, and then it's good to know where at different places in this catchment where just interlink between each other, and because it's getting dangerous with the flutes, in particular if they are linked to each other, and you can nicely analyze those flutes using these ordinal patterns.
The kind of work you did is like coding, am I right?
Yeah.
Why did you consider the from up to down in your coding? Why not from
It's
down
the same,
to up?
yeah.
It is
in
the
the
same,
paper, you
right?
can perfectly use the
It
same.
is the same.
I didn't want to go into this. We have all of these classes have 3 or 4 subclasses because you can start with 0 instead of 1, and you can use the inverse, right? The inverse rank, or as you said, yeah.
So this is coding. How can I inverse it back? Is there a way to inverse it back to the original numbers?
To the original numbers, yes,
Yes,
but not
yeah.
to the original data, because you lose, you only keep the up and down behavior.
Okay.
Which is a drawback, definitely, but which saves a lot of calculating time later. Yeah, but that's definitely a drawback. You can combine this with metrical methods, and then you keep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
Any other questions? Okay.
My question was similar to this first one, but since you have answered, I just want to find out, are there applications of this in your paper, or it's not there?
I sketched them only, but in this other paper, there's really, you really use this on data of this type of hydrology. There's a recent paper where we use this in 2 dimensions for animal tracking, because there can be nicely if animals move inside or outside of a dangerous area, and then it's not so important how far they move inside, or it's just for us it was just interesting, are they in danger, will they move more inside, or will they try to flee?
So you can use it for pattern behavior, observing
Yeah.
pattern behavior.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. The next author is Josephine Well.
One directly sees that I'm a mathematician by the way I'm treating these slides.
I understand. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Over to you, Josephine.
Yeah, hello everyone, my name is Josephine Berg, I'm from Germany like Alexander, and I'm from the University of Applied Sciences in Mittweida, a very small town in Saxony. Only 15,000 people live there and 5,000 of them are students, so big university for a small town. I have a paper about stress detection. We have a study with students, a student experiment on data collection and analysis in the context of stress detection. We call it me-stress. Why it's me-stress we will see on the next slide. I will start with a short motivation. We have 2 different parts that motivated us for the experiment. The first one is stress detection. There are different studies, for example, Babapur or Mensa, that showed a negative impact of stress, of work stress especially, on everyday life. So Babapur, for example, did a study on nurses and Mensa on different groups of jobs. And there are different approaches for stress detection. For example, we have questionnaires like the NASA TLX, which is originally from the NASA, like it said, or Likert scales, etc. But we also have sensors we can use, for example, thermal cameras, or sensors close to the body. I think most people know that there are fitness trackers or smartwatches with sensors, and we can use them for stress detection as well. Our study program is the Master's Degree Program Media Informatics and Interactive Entertainment, or short MI, that's why me-stress. And we focus in our module Interactive Data Analysis on familiarizing students with scientific work. So they have to plan an experiment and they also have to carry it out afterwards. Our experimental design consists of 2 data series. They are mostly the same, but there's a little difference. Both data series have a survey of the baseline stress level. So the participants were asked for their current stress level and their stress level in the last weeks, just to give a baseline. Then the participant has to carry out a task. In the first data series, it was a stress-inducing task. I will show some examples later, and in the second data series, there were no stress-inducing tasks. every student group had to design their tasks themselves. Afterwards, there was a survey of the stress level, so again a Likert scale, how stressed did you feel in the last task, and additionally the NASA TLX, which is for mentally for workload in general, but also for mentally workload. Then the resting phase, so the people could sit down, had no stress anymore in the best case, and again a survey of the stress level as already seen after the task. We had 30 students in our course, so we also had 30 participants for our study. We divided them into 5 groups, and every group designed their own tasks. We have 13 participants that were female and 17 that were male. It's the biological sex. And our youngest student was 21 years old, our oldest 35 years, and because they are students, the average is only 24, because they're in a master's degree and usually very young. The stress-inducing task designed by the groups were the following. We had a quiz, so the students had to answer questions and only had limited time for answering questions. If they had to answer as many questions correctly as possible, and if they didn't answer or the answer was wrong, they had to wait for 1 minute for the next question, so they had a little bit of stress to answer correctly, but also fast. Then you had bullet chess. I don't know if you know it. Bullet chess is a chess design where you only have 3 minutes for the whole game per person, and they had to play against the computer. Then we had solving equations for mathematical perfect. So they had to find the operators for different kinds of equations, also on time. We had classical arithmetic tasks, not that easy, but just for example. And last but not least, media informatics, the name says we have to do with gaming, so we also had Mario Kart as a video game where you have to drive cars as a stress-inducing task. I didn't bring the non-stress-inducing task. It was, for example, shuffling a card game or drawing some pictures. So you have to concentrate, but it was not stressful. After the data collection, we had a preliminary examination. I brought you also graphics. Sometimes in stress detection, when we are collecting data, we have the problem that there shouldn't be stress in the non-stress inducing task. But as you can see, the BPM, so beats per minute of the heart, are higher for the task without stress induction than for the stress induction. This student was stressed while he was drawing, but bullet chess was okay. For the algorithm, this is not really good, because he can't learn correctly when he thinks this is no stress. So we searched for data with exactly this problem and removed them. Because of this, I have the numbers nearly. From approximately 35,000 data points, we get to 27,000 data points. We had to remove some data because of this problem. Afterwards, we prepared 3 different data sets. One was for a free class classification. So our stress-inducing task was labeled with stress. Our non-stress-inducing task was labeled with effort. And all the other phases were labeled with no stress. And then we had the binary classification as well, one on all data, and because we had a highly imbalance of the phases only on task data as well, the binary classification, only the stress-inducing task was labeled stress, and all the other phases were labeled as stress. Afterwards, because I already said 27,000 data points is a lot for only the BPM value, so we decided to aggregate them with time windows, because mostly in 10 seconds the BPM nearly still is the same, so we decided to aggregate them with an average. For classification, we used we used related to Khan et al., the random forest, the k-nearest neighbor, the linear discriminant analysis, and the super vector machine. And for splitting the data into test and training set, we used the leave one participant out approach. So for every participant, it was one time used as test data, and all the other participants were used as training set. So for every remaining participant, we had one training and test phase. I brought some results. For the binary classification, our best model was the linear discriminant analysis, and for our free class classification, the k-nearest neighbor. As you can see, the results were not as good as hoped. We will discuss this a little bit later. I brought 3 results. One for the cross-group evaluation, and then for the best and the worst group. So here it was really, really hard to give an exact result. So we can see in overall it's not that good, but our best group had some better results. Why it could be, let's discuss. So what could be the reasons our results were not as good as expected? As I said, we had 5 groups, and these 5 groups had to plan the experiment and the tasks. The problem is also the participants are in this group. So the participants knew the tasks, and when they were the last participant, they see the task before and get familiar with it. So the stress induction was could be lower than when they didn't do the task. Then, as we can see, one group was not that good. It was the bullet chess group. So maybe their tasks were not suitable enough. So maybe they've chosen a component, a computer component that was too easy. So they were not stressed enough. Then the imbalance between the phases, we only had one stress-inducing phase. So maybe we just hadn't enough stress data, and therefore we couldn't have good results. And last but not least, we only used one feature. It was in a lecture, so we didn't have enough time to have many features. The students had to focus on the experiment itself, and so only one feature was used, and these reasons could lead to the poor results. To conclude, the cross-group results lag behind the results of comparable studies, but we also had individual groups with better results. In future work, we want to, actually we have now, the students are practicing now the next experiment. We have a new experimental design focusing on eliminating the weaknesses of the previous experiment. So now one group designs the experiment and another group have to do the tasks. And we want to investigate the extent to which splitting the data collected during the tasks into stress and no stress can improve the results. So when you have to do a stress-inducing task, you're not stressed at every point of the task. It could be that you, for example, at the beginning are stressed, and then you get familiar with the task and get better. So maybe splitting the data could help. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Any question? Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask, did you account for the variations in the levels of stress? For example, let's assume that all of us are here for the snakes. The snake walks in from through that door.
Yeah.
Our stress levels may not be the same. How do you treat?
It was only stress or no stress. There are also approaches to say on a scale of 1 to 10, you're stressed by 7 or 8 or 10. But in this approach, it was only you are stressed or you are not stressed. No.
Okay. I'm thinking it would be something worth looking into, because even in the presentation you're saying that individual results were better than the group ones. So maybe that would also be.
Yeah, maybe not. We have next experiment, maybe we can use it there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Another question?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. I believe you're doing these studies in order to train people not to be stressed. Am I right?
Yeah, the people have to be stressed to get some data, yeah,
Yeah.
but the main focus of the work was training the students to plan experiments and to
And to
carry
have
it out.
a less stressful life. Is it this what?
Yeah, yeah. You saw the tasks.
I saw the
and
tasks.
Yes, they used it in combination with time pressure, for example, to get really a stress.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just correct me if I'm wrong. The stress, you mean the psychological stress? Am I right? Is this what you mean? The psychological stress? Like when I feel stressed?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So by doing these studies, you are like reaching results where you will start like training those who feel like pressured and stressed to feel less stressed. I mean,
Yeah.
to be, is it?
No.
No?
It's focused on detecting stress. So the
Ah.
next step, when I know someone is stressed, I can help them to rest down. But
I see.
we focus on detecting stress.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next presenter is Tantuya Yamazaki.
Yeah, I already.
Did you go to your presentation? You have a presentation. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tachi Yamazaki from Niigata University and Japan. And this is my present title. And this is the content of my presentation. And firstly, I introduce background and what data we collected and how we collected these data. And from these data, we estimated that parabolas same time. So this research is dealing with parabolas, how they travel to each point and each point. And there are some realistic problems in these data. So I explain about that. And partly we solved these problems, and finally just one example of the parabola behavior analysis. And this is our prefecture. The prefecture is here. This is about 300 kilometers far from Tokyo, and there are direct rapid train, just 2 hours. So if you have a chance to please visit. Okay. Anyway, so do you like traveling? Sure. And traveling is one of the most popular recreational activities. But from another viewpoint, traveling is very important for revitalizing economy, especially for small local town like our prefecture. So we have to invite many tourists. And for that, we try to analyze how to behave inside our prefecture for the travelers. To collect these data, we did some experiment using QR code, quick response code. This is a two-dimensional code. And we asked, no, this is a campaign. So the travelers are trying to collect these stamps, so-called the stamp rally. And we focus on the car driving travelers because this is a collaborative research with the highway maintenance company. Anyway, after the collection of data, we try to extract probable behavior tendency from these data. Okay, so more precisely, this is our prefecture, and there are some highways. And on the highways, usually in Japan, there are some areas, so-called service areas, parking area. These are some points for drivers to take a rest and take a meal, something like that. So it is shortly written as SA or PA. And also, from the highway, there are some restaurants, spa, or hot springs, and museum, any other places for travelers to visit. And the QR code is like this one, and we set this QR code for each location here. We selected 144 locations in this prefecture and promote the campaign for travelers to collect the stamps. So, for example, travelers come here with his car or her car and just use a smartphone to read this code, and that data goes to our server, and then the travelers go to the next point and read another code again. So we collect this, the data like this. Then the collected data like this. This is an example, but we collected the traveler's number and his gender, age. Age is not a correct age. I mean, 40s or 60s, like that. And residence is just near prefecture or outside prefecture. And from here, the real data. So this person visited hot spring A, and that was which date and which time. Then he moved to the next location, and this another date and time. So we can expect how much it took from A point to B point. So these data were collected. And this is just a static analysis. So how many stamps were collected by each traveler? For example, just one stamp is a big number. But after that, yeah, 2 stamps and 5 stamps, 10 stamps. So 5, 15, 25 means a special meaning. So collecting these stamps, the travelers will have a chance to have some prizes, so to promote the campaign. And so 144 locations we have, but to analyze every location is very diverse. So we categorize these locations into 7 categories, 7 types of categories. One is the service area, parking area on the highway, and second is the roadside station. This is another Japanese specific facilitation. This is to sell the local product on the road. Okay, anyway, so eating culture. So we categorize the 144 locations into 7 types, and how to locate these 7 categories we analyze. Okay, so as I said, the drivers collected the stamps using the smartphone application, and we could obtain these time differential data. So how much time he or she took from one point to another point. But from this, we try to expect how long they stayed there. So it means that just they collected the stamps, or enjoys a meal at a restaurant and without some arts in the museum, it would have to differentiate such a behavior. So we try to estimate the same time. For that, this differentiated time is consistent with staying time and driving time. This is one assumption. Of course, behavior is diverse, and there are many different behavior, but this is one assumption. And another assumption is like this. So maybe they state the second point, or they state both points a little bit, but this campaign shows these points. This campaign aims to correct the stuff. Maybe when you stop at the point, firstly you correct the stuff. That's why we selected this assumption in this research. So, and driving time was estimated by using Google Map Distance API. So it is easy to estimate the driving time. Okay. So after the this calculation, we could estimate the staying time like this one, but unfortunately, there were negative state interaction. Unrealistic. But there are some reasons. So the human behavior is unexpected for that. Okay, we try to analyze what are the reasons for negative staying time. So finally, we found three causes and made some modification for that. One is one QR code was set on the ferry. So in our prefecture, we have an island. So the QR code was set on the ferry. So during this ferry traveling, the travelers can take the QR code anytime. So we couldn't estimate this. So we try to remove this pattern from our data. And the second one is unusual QR code scanning at service areas, parking areas. It's very tricky because on the highway, service area has two same name service area. One is going up direction, and another is the down direction. These are the same name. Usually, it is impossible from this side to this side by car. But some travelers did this one. They correct the stamp here. After 10 minutes, they correct another side. But we found the tricky way. So it was some area has some how say lower storage to approach these two sub-areas. So the smart traveler knows that. So we recalculate such a case. So how to access two opposite direction sub-areas. So we did manual calculation to correct the negative staying time. The last one is a Google Map estimation. It's almost accurate, but some inaccurate points they have because the estimation time is different from the day, weekdays or weekends or holidays. So we collected many data from the Google Map API and using a statistical method to remove the negative segment. Okay, quickly. So this blue shows the corrected setting time. Still, we have a negative setting time. So we finally remove this one, and from this, finally we had 13,600 setting time data, and we focus on the 55 subscriptors, and from this, these 25 subscripted travelers are elite travelers, and they have a very various types of local data, and we could extract travel pattern from this data. So finally, this is just one example. These avid travelers coincidentally visited the restaurants, food type facilities as the 21st location. This is just one example, but yeah, in future, we'd like to test this analysis using the statistical method, and these are my presentation summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there no way of trying to find a way of validating the unusual staying time? Like for instance, you say that people would have different behaviors. If I arrive at a place, I discover that maybe I didn't put in my QR code, I end up putting it and putting it, for example, I stay there for an hour, but maybe because I was late, I end up doing it within the space of 5 minutes, leaving and then arriving and then leaving. Isn't there any way of validating the data to show that maybe when someone comes in, there's another set of recording the arrival time and the departure time, so that you could have the accurate staying time?
So you mean how to estimate the staying time? So yeah, we extract the same data first, and calculate the time differential.
Yes.
Yeah, within the data.
Yes.
And then these are only including the staying time and arriving time, and to calculate the staying time only, we have to extract the arriving time, and the arriving time was estimated from the Google map. And yeah, this is what we did. And sorry, what is the question?
I was asking if there's any way of validating what a user is, a traveler is doing, for example. You were talking of how the staying time could be different. Some could say that they stayed maybe for an hour, maybe it wasn't an hour. Some could have stayed there maybe for 5 minutes, that maybe they forgot when they arrived to scan. And then when they leave, they end up just maybe scanning one time over a day.
Okay. My answer is no, because we use only these data. So we didn't have any GPS data or anything. So only these data, what kind of information we can extract, that was what we did. Thank you very much.
Any last question?
Thank you for the presentation. Upon scanning the QR code, do you collect other information from the user?
No.
No, just the fact that the
yeah, and gender and residential information and age.
oh the data that was in the
And
products.
yeah, time stamps.
Okay.
So very small data.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Shazy. Over to you, Shazy.
tourism is a pillar of Nagota's tourism. The study that you used for the tourism area of Nagota.
Yes, we have to analyze the tourist behavior. So we find whether activities popular among them and how which
It's the most
popular.
and you can market that. It is difficult job though. Yeah. It's very difficult. Cool. When you have done with it, you can actually, I think, if you have at least a dot machine or the dot, that will also be good for the academic community.
Good afternoon. My name is Galana Shezi, and I will be presenting my paper, which I did with my supervisor, Professor Leah, and a colleague, Mrundisi Mani. So the paper is titled A Resource Provisioning Framework Overview of a Joint Optical Wireless Transport Network. So as we look forward to smart cities where we have connection and we have this heterogeneous data, we also have to think about the data projections, so the data traffic projections in the coming years. So from the research, we have found that the data is set to grow exponentially between 2024 and 2034, with the user monthly traffic volume reaching as high as 300 gigabytes per month, and the global traffic volume reaching a whopping 4 zettabytes per month. In addition to this unprecedented data traffic, we have to also consider the quality of service, as we have these different types of communications that will be accessed via future networks. Namely, we have the enhanced mobile broadband, whose quality of service indicators are network energy efficiency, area traffic capacity, peak data rate, user experience data rate, spectrum efficiency, mobility, cost efficiency, coverage, and connection density. So that is all just what we use. Basically, it's our current internet on our phones and our requirements for such. The next one we look at is the ultra-reliable low latency communication, which whose quality of service indicators are latency, as the name suggests, ultra-reliable low latency communication. So we have the first one being latency, and the next is the intelligence level, followed by security capacity, and then finally we have the massive machine type communication, which is used in industry for automation of plants and the likes. So with that one, we only require connection density, of which is already covered with the enhanced mobile broadband. So in this case, we have found that to meet all of these requirements, this quality of service requirements, the best solution would be a joint wireless optical transport network. So in our work, we propose a transport network that has where the end user will send a request for resources to the remote radio head, at which point it will be allocated resources dynamically via the mobile edge communication. The remote resource head provides radio resources for wireless communication. The users will request data, and the data that will request resources, and the remote radio heads will allocate resources as per the request, and it will be divided into sub-channels, after which it will be allocated to the corresponding virtual machines. Now, I'd like to take note that the virtual machines, each physical server can have multiple virtual machines in our proposed infrastructure. And then after the resources have been allocated, the radio resources have been allocated through the remote radio head. Now the optical allocator will allocate resources based on the needs of the RRH, the remote radio head. So as mentioned, that the quality of service is an important aspect of the new generation networks. We have also devised a simple algorithm, low computational algorithm for allocating resources to the requesting end users. So the algorithm is summarized in this flowchart. So our simulation, we used NetSim for simulation, where we had 40 RRH, and each one was populated with 15,000 users, each one averaging a traffic volume of 2 megabits per second. However, as much as the traffic from each user was 2 megabits per second, the rate was kept at 20 megabytes per second, and these were evenly distributed throughout all 40 RRH. And other simulation parameters that we had to look at was the beam's bandwidth, which we set at 1 gigahertz with a sub-carrier spacing of 0.5 megahertz, each accommodating 350 sub-channels, varying in transmission modes as requested. So various transmission modes were used. We used 16 QAM and 32 QAM. And the number of requests varied from 0 to 5,000. And the optical resources were proportioned as the requests were incrementing. So from this graph, we can see that the time it took to execute this miniature or this simulation is reasonable to show that it can be applied in real life. So when we plotted this graph as the results, where we had the mobile, the radio resource requirements did not change. They remained the same. So we saw that the number of optical switches, we used quite a minimal number of optical switches. And we also like to take note of that when the allocation is weighted, it gives more efficiency than when it is not. And in here we like to, in this graph, in this plot, we also tested the number of virtual machines used per physical server. So we'd see that the number was minimal, so the allocation seemed to have been at optimal level. So we'll also take note that the unweighted allocation is more optimal than the weighted in this instance. So in conclusion, our paper, we have defined and discussed the modern joint optical wireless transport network. We have proposed a resource scheduling, a joint resource scheduling as shown, and we have proposed a wireless and optical resource dimensioning model. And we've also evaluated the performance of the architecture we proposed. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. If you can maybe just clarify you had a graph of the time. Is that the simulation time inside the NetSim environment?
Yes.
So that's just a runtime of emulating the setup?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any question? No question? Thank you. Okay, thanks. Okay, the next presenter is Emel Blakey. Emel?
Hi everyone, I'm Renier, the panel manager co-author of this paper, and I'll be presenting proving network coverage in CBRS through consensus among accounts. Okay, so as an overview of the presentation, we'll first be covering distributed ledger technology, then citizen broadband radio, then our research problem, and then a potential DLT enhancement, DLT-based enhancement, then going to our simulation results, and then a conclusion. Okay, so distributed ledger technology is a distributed set of nodes that collectively use consensus to determine which transactions they approve and the ordering of transactions once they've approved that. So distributed ledger technology, blockchain is a subset of that, and blockchain is also called, or sometimes called, a state replication machine, where what occurred to achieve the new state is stored in the ledger. And then blockchain stores a hashed record of a transaction. That hash is hashed together with the next transaction, and that perpetually connects all transactions together, which ensures immutability. So there are three main blockchain network types, which is public, private, and consortium. And on the right, we see a general model for a blockchain network. The red block is the most pertinent to our study. The consensus layer, some researchers have surveyed at least 130 consensus algorithms, and some blockchain platforms also provide the means for adjustable consensus. Then the network layer is where actual physical network communication occurs, and the data layer describes things like the block size, transaction frequency, that sort of thing. Right, so onto citizen broadband radio service. The goal of the citizen broadband radio service is to allow the use of bandwidth that's generally incumbent owned, but when the incumbent isn't making use of bandwidth. So it's a tiered system where higher tiers are protected from lower tiers, protected from interference from lower tiers, but not the inverse. Our study kind of focuses on tier 2. Priority access licenses are auctioned, and they're auctioned to a region and for a fixed period. the citizens broadband radio service is highly dependent on a spectrum access system, and for a primary access licensee, a tier 2 licensee, to actually make use of spectrum, they request the registration of a CBSD, or a citizens broadband radio service device, which is a specific transmission device for a specific location and for a period. The spectrum access system then does some calculations to determine whether or not that new CBSD will infringe on existing licensees, and then rejects or allows it based on that. So this is basically how it works. The request comes into the SAS. The SAS determines whether the new request interferes with existing ownership, and then it returns that. If it's true, then the registration will go through. If there is infringement, then the registration will be rejected. Okay, so more on the actual registration. So a request comes in. The SAS does a very rudimentary calculation. It calculates a PAL protection area around the transmission device. How it does that is it takes 1 degree phase increments around the transmission area, and then measures every 200 meters up to 40 kilometers, and it finds a minus 96 dBm point. It'll make a point there, and then connect all of those minus 96 dBm points, or minus 96 or 40 kilometers. If that makes sense. It also stitches, if a single PAL owns multiple CBSDs in a region, it will stitch those contours together to form one contiguous region. So suppose I am a PAL owner and I want to register a CBSD. I send the request through. The SAS will simply tell me I can't transmit because I'm infringing on the ownership of an existing CBSD. The infringement is basically just if your contour overlaps with an existing contour, sorry, can't transmit. Then I need to manually resolve that with the other PAL owner. The SAS provides that information, but it's a manual resolution process. Okay, so our problem. There's a central point of failure, which is the SAS. The SAS has binary decision logic. So the area where two contours overlaps could be in a region that nobody cares about. Neither party cares about that region. They're happy to accept interference in that region, but the SAS simply rejects the request. They need to then manually collaborate and take that back to the SAS for the SAS to allow the transmission to go through. So this obviously brings about massive potential increases in coverage. So as an example of the encroachment we've now mentioned, these two parties, so a transmission at Pips and Springs Mall, there's a slight encroachment, but as I mentioned, neither party might care about that, and they might be happy for it just to increase the overall coverage of the system. Okay, so onto the system that we've now designed. A request comes into a gateway. The gateway then sends that request to all of the CBSDs. They all determine, is there encroachment on me, and do I accept that? And if so, they'll respond back and basically vote. So in our system, it's just a democratic vote, 2/3 majority, a 2/3 majority vote. I don't care for the request, it's fine for it to go through, then the request is accepted. So the experimental flow that we've now designed, it's basically the same thing. CBSD request comes in, transmission requirements are prepared, it goes to the interference calculator, that gets forwarded to the simulated blockchain network. Each of the CBSDs determine whether they are infringed on or whether they accept the transmission. If they accept the transmission, they'll vote and say, well, rather, if they are encroached, they'll vote to say, I am encroached, but I accept the transmission. If they are encroached, but they vote negatively to say, I am encroached, but I don't accept the transmission, then that will also count as a vote. And then ultimately, 2/3 majority vote positively, the request is granted and the CBSD gets placed. And then lastly, that CBSD will then go into the next request. So next request that comes in will get forwarded and processed by that CBSD as well. Right, so our actual simulation setup, 8 locations were selected, and we have CBRS transmission or CBSD transmission parameters that fall within that, the accepted Wind Forum CBRS specification. We then sequentially processed these registration requests, so these are the actual simulation parameters. Our contours are also calculated up to 40 kilometers, step size also 200 meters, angle increments also 1 degree I mention these because it's important for the verbosity of the calculation. The transmission power, we use 1 dBm just so the transmission doesn't go as far, otherwise that likely will end up near 40 kilometers. But that's still within the wind forward specification. We took the center frequency of the CBRS band, and we don't cater for multiple CDSDs that are owned by the same SAS, same power. Right, so our first result. On the left here, color's a bit bad. On the left here, this is what the SAS would approve. So you can see there's a lot of empty space. You might already be thinking, okay, but there is a best case sequence. So we'll first just discuss one sequence and then the averages. On the right, you'll see again just all of the CDSDs that we were testing. So on the 5% case, you can see that there's already one extra CDSD, which is great. There's minor encroachment, but it's an acceptable level. On the 10 and 15% encroachment level, you get another extra CDSD. The encroachment there is, let me just get the right number. It's less than 3% total encroachment, but at an increase in total coverage of 92%. So I think that's pretty great. The 20, 25, and 30% encroachment acceptance level, what I want to focus on here is the fact that Jericho, Brits, and Nicholson Cafe, these two over here, they're overlapping quite strongly, and the issue there is if either of the two of them send a request in, the red and the blue at the top, they'll vote positively because it infringes minorly on them. But given that it's a democracy vote, Wits and Bella Bella would always, pretty much always vote positively. Doesn't matter either of Jericho, Brits, or Nicholson Cafe, they just get outvoted. So that's a downside to the system. We see the same thing at 35% encroachment level, and we see it even sooner if we consider a system where everyone votes. Yeah, democracy just doesn't always work. And yeah, so here's the result of our of the first sequence, where an X marks the presence of a CDSD at that encroachment level. Okay, so the statistics summarize. The minimum is obviously 0, that's the SAS case. The maximum is very high, but there's a very high cost of encroachment in that case. The average is 104%, and the average total area encroached is 10%. So these look very good, but we haven't actually attended to the problem at hand. The democratic vote, some people can be disproportionately disadvantaged. And in future work, we hope to consider more complex consensus algorithms, so the voting strategy, and also other metrics. So we just considered coverage, but we should also look into other, like capacity, network capacity, for example. In conclusion, we believe that blockchain voting mechanisms and consensus algorithms, they already aid in real-world symbiotic relationships among real-world organizations, and it'll reduce the need for central control and open up the world to more free markets. There's also a high potential reward, but there's also some serious drawbacks to consider. And blockchain lends itself to much greater agility. So we believe that we can more quickly iterate through ideas and find the right balance between emerging technologies and regulations, which is a big thing. Yeah, any questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Lide Leopold. Over to you, Lide.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lili Madiche Katea. I'm from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. I'm supervised by Dr. Ganyanko Bindak and Dr. Betis Talian. Just like here, the title of my presentation for our paper is a nano-satellite receiver down converter, C-band to L-band, bandpass filters, review and design. So the following contents will be covered in my presentation. Firstly, a brief introduction of the receiver down converter architecture. Then literature review, filter design and simulation, implementation and measurements, conclusions, as well as some acknowledgement and then some references used. Okay, so nanosatellites and in particular CubeSats are today the satellite of choice when considering satellite missions for research, education, and other applications. This figure 1 shows satellite categories, and the CubeSats fall under the nanosatellite category in this figure. So, which are further classified according to their weight, size, cost, as well as power requirements. So these are mainly the design drivers when it comes to CubeSat development. And of course, in addition to these design requirements, the space environment and also frequency licensing is also of utmost importance. With this background, the French South African Institute of Technology, the CPUT, are currently developing CubeSat communication products at C-band and high frequencies based on commercially off-the-shelf components to establish, to enable future nano or CubeSats to transmit and receive mission data at high data rates during a CubeSat overpass with the ground station. This figure is the block diagram of the down converter for this nanosatellite receiver, and our paper actually focuses on the down converter front end of this receiver, and so the down converter receives RF signals at C-band, condition them using these filters and amplifiers in the signal chain, and then convert them to a lower IF for further processing and data recovery. Down conversion is achieved by mixing the incoming RF signal within that RF frequency band, and then mixing that with a stable carrier generated by a TLL-based phase lock loop oscillator, with obviously output power adequate to drive the mixer. As part of the frequency planning, at various stages of this down converter, like the RF, your LO, and the RF stages, so these frequencies were calculated, and as well as the image frequency was also calculated. The image frequency is actually undesired, mainly because it is not filtered then it mixes down with down to the RF band or IF band, and then which actually degrades the performance of the receiver. So so it was then calculated to be 3.13 gigahertz. Okay, so this article actually, so then therefore it focuses specifically on the down converter bandpass filters highlighted in this figure. So the first bandpass filter is placed right at the front end of this down converter to and is needed to attenuate all other frequencies that fall outside the RF band. And then the second bandpass filter is referred to as the image reject filter. And this filter is actually filters out the main aim is for it to filter out the image signal at 3.13 gigahertz. And then it's also placed after the LNA just to filter out noise and other harmonics that may be generated by the LNA. So yeah, so the third bandpass filter required is positioned after the mixer in this block diagram. And then it's actually used to filter out any unwanted mixer products that are generated by the mixer. And because selectivity of the receiver is determined at this stage, this IF filter bandwidth must be actually narrow to suppress all the unwanted frequencies. Okay, so then from the literature review done, the filter components, and in particular bandpass filters, were of interest. As a result, various space-borne filters with a focus on bandpass filters literature applicable to our study were investigated to identify best practices and formulate our research focus. So this design methodology followed for the bandpass filters. So from the bandpass literature review, the C-band to L-band research gap was identified and was researched further. So according to the previous figure discussed, 3 bandpass filters are necessary for the receiver down converter. Okay, so namely bandpass filter 1, 2, and 3 is discussed earlier. Okay, so then the next step is to define the bandpass filters design specifications, and as a result, this table actually shows the specifications formulated for the design of these filters, and they were formulated to actually ensure that the image frequencies are suppressed. Okay. The next step is to select the commercially off-the-shelf components for these bandpass filters, and then to select the most suitable devices to meet the design specs. So different commercially off-the-shelf components from different manufacturers were compared. Design considerations used when selecting the devices include space-borne robustness, affordability, availability, and also delivery time. So that's these bandpass filters were identified for the down converter. Okay, so these are the bandpass filter simulations. The simulations were done in Advanced Design System, or ADS, called ADS software, and the results shown in figure 3 and 4. So, but it's worth it's worth to mention that after the simulations were done, and it was realized that bandpass filter 2, because there were supposed to be 3 simulations, has little performance effect. So this is likely due to the good performance of the other 2 bandpass filters and other components in the signal chain. So as a result, bandpass filter 2 was left out in the final bandpass filter designs and constructions, and that's why there's only two graphs here. Okay, so then these are the simulated results then for bandpass filter 1 and 3. Okay, so the figure shows the constructed bandpass filters. Bandpass filter 1 is shown in figure 5 and 3 in figure 6. They are actually implemented on a double-sided printed circuit board using Rogers. Rogers substrate. Okay, so the bandpass filter 1 and bandpass filter 3 measured S11 and S21 results are at their respective carrier frequencies. That is 5.6 gig and 1.26 gigahertz are shown in figure 7 and 8. And bandpass filter 1, figure 7, indicate that this bandwidth is sufficient enough to cover the required RF frequency band required for the down converter. And furthermore, the input return loss and the input return loss indicates a good matching with the design frequency, and also a good insertion loss indicates that less power is lost when the signal is passed through the bandpass filters. Figure 8, this is the measured results for bandpass filter 3, and it actually indicates a narrow stop band, which a narrow bandwidth, sorry, and the stop band gives a good attenuation of signals outside of the pass band for the IF, and also suppresses the image frequency at 3.1 gigahertz. So in addition, the insertion loss for this filter and also the input return loss indicate that they are sufficient at the desired carrier frequency. Okay, so bandpass filter 1 and bandpass filter 3 simulated and measured results are summarized in table 3 shown. And of interest here are the insertion loss and obviously the input return loss. And both of the results actually provide, they're actually good results, and they are all within specs. Okay, so bandpass filter 1 and 3 simulated and measured results are first validated with each other. That was done by comparing their respective simulated and measured insertion losses, and both simulated and measured results are fairly close. And the second validation is done by comparing the results with relevant bandpass filter literature, and the comparisons revealed that bandpass filter 1, when compared to the reference 23, has better insertion loss and a poorer return loss. And whereas when bandpass filter 3 is compared with the reference number 27, has a poorer insertion loss and but acceptable input return loss. Okay, so I have just included this figure, which actually shows the output spectrum of output frequency spectrum measured at the down-converter output port. And this spectrum analyzer was configured for a sender frequency of 1.268 gigahertz. And the results are displayed as you can see. And the desired signal as well as spurious signals generated can be seen and are all within acceptable limits for the down converter application. It's worth to notice here that the absence of the image signal, the image signal is not present here, so the design filters actually suppress the image signal, which is actually a good thing. So in conclusion, the space-borne filters were reviewed to determine the research gap. And then we successfully designed and built and tested and validated commercially off-the-shelf base 7 to 12 and down converter bandpass filters. And they performed within the specs shown as expected. But however, even though the devices used in this research are commercially off-the-shelf components manufactured for space use, the actual space-borne validation tests that is like the radiation and temperature cycling and Doppler and all of that were not performed, and this was mainly due to insufficient resources available, but all these drawbacks are suggested for further studies. Okay, so just would like to acknowledge our research partners, and these are some of the references used, and
Okay, thank you. One question from the floor, yes, sir.
Yes, excuse me?
yes.
You mentioned the image frequency.
Yeah.
Can you define image frequency, please? I mean, so I learn.
So image frequency is basically it's generated by the mixer. The mixer is what actually does the down conversion part of the down conversion function of that front end. So because of that mixer nonlinearity, when it does the mixing, it generates all those intermodulation products, which is actually,
I mean,
the image frequency is also one of those.
the image, do you mean the 2D signal? Is this what you mean by image?
Pardon?
Is it the 2D signal that you mean by the image? Is this the image you have in mind? I mean, the image. I mean, I need to understand what do you mean by the image. So I can.
An image signal is when, okay, so in our case because the filter does multiplication of signals, or like for it to down convert signals, you get a higher frequency coming in, and then you generate a carrier, and then the output of that mixer produces signals that are added and also subtract, like they are a product of the addition and subtraction function of the mixer.
It's okay, I can learn from you more, maybe outside the, yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Okay, the next presenter is Pilar Mahima. Pilar Mahima. Okay, over to Pilar.
Good day, everyone. My name, as you can see, is Peter Sijan Bamani, and the name of my co-authors on this, my co-supervisor and unit supervisor. I'm a master of engineering student at the University of South Africa. It's ICECET. I work for a company called Semtech that does transmission for all rail stations. So I'll just get to the background of my for that. I'll be presenting a paper on the comparative analysis and selection of fuel sensors suitable for on-site tanks monitoring. Telecommunication tower sites, they support transmission services for transmission services. So that means that supports radio services, cell phone services, and sometimes tracking services like for ATNS, for flight surveillance and all that. So lately, the country has experienced challenges from power grid here in South Africa, which is a problem with capacity. So then it becomes a necessity for them to implement load shedding. So now that has resulted to companies relying more on standby generator power as a main secondary source, and that has escalated fuel hikes and more budgets on fuel for companies. But also it has resulted to more fuel theft and fraud during the fuel stuff, maybe stealing diesel and all that. So now it has become necessary to go for a system that monitors that in live, where the results can be retrieved live. So a suitable sensor must be selected because it will be the eye of the whole monitoring system. So the study is based on fuel assessment and the selection of a suitable sensor. based on different circumstances. So the objective of the study is to explore and investigate different sensors that different authors and engineers have used in similar applications, and then to perform an analysis of the sensors using advantages and disadvantages through a comparison matrix, and also selecting a suitable sensor using factors consideration to design a remote fuel monitoring and management system using Internet of Things. So the methods that we used is that different fuel sensors are investigated using the literature survey, and then a comparison test feature is used to determine a suitable sensor for our requirement. So we use selection factors consideration to influence an informed choice for a suitable sensor selection. So a suitable method is then selected, and the deviation that will be there is discussed and justified if there will be any. So on the literature survey, some different authors took a study or undertook studies on different sensors. That's your ultrasonic, float sensor, radiometric sensor, radar sensor, optic fiber, capacitive sensor as well. This I won't get into it because of time. The different sensors, the different authors that took those studies, and they are listed there. Because of time, I just pass that. And other authors, they took a study on load cell sensors, tuning forks, heat sensor, electrostatic, which is your pressure sensors, and then laser sensor, and then resistive sensor. So there are important parameters that need to be taken note of when choosing a sensor. So sensor accuracy, consistency of the sensor, temperature changes, effects, because some sensors won't work under different temperatures, and that will affect their accuracy and sensitivity. Remember, they have to do a live monitoring. So they have to reflect what's really happening on site because it's remotely. And then the measured range. So, but to understand that, we studied the type of sensors or class of sensors. So there is different sensors. There is invasive sensors, which means that it's not a submerged. It will just be on top, where it will just not be into the liquid. It will just be not invasive. Then there's invasive sensors like your float sensors that will be submerged. And then they do different measurements, so we need to know which one does what. Like, there are sensors that are only meant for point type measurements, which is detecting fuel level directly defined in specific set points. They can only maybe check for overflows or maybe absence of liquid, like a tuning box that does that. And then there's other ones that does continuous type measurements, meaning it measures throughout the level, different levels of the tank. So those ones are the ones that are suitable for instances where we need to check live measurements. So the results of the sensors or the comparison matrix of the sensors is this table. And because of time, we just because already in the document or in the study, in the paper, everything is there. Well, this is just a summary where we look at costs, the advantages and disadvantages, considering range, accuracy, efficiency, and all that. So this is a continuation of the results where we look at bit sensors, electrostatic sensor, also everything, the price at the moment in the market. And also what affects which sensor and the accuracy of each sensor. So it's listed there and the information is there in the paper. So now the results discussion. there are factors that we need to discuss, as I said before, which we need to study or use as a drive decision for sensors. Is efficiency, accuracy, consistency, calibration, and interfaces. Because when you interface a sensor, it needs to be user friendly, and interfaces, sometimes you don't need complex interfaces. And then the other drive is cost effective or not. So this, in a nutshell or in summary, the fuel sensor investigation and selection is driven from parameters which is your range, response rate, accuracy, calibration, calibration complexity, interfaces, ease of correction, and then your sensor class, as I showed before, is it invasive? Because if it's invasive, then it means that you suffer from wear and tear, which means that your maintenance needs to be very expensive in a way, because you need to change from time to time, you change parts. And then is it continuous measurement type of sensor? Because if it's not, then it won't be suitable for application. Also, cost to be considered. Like if you look at the radiometric sensor, because it uses gamma, so you need a license for gamma because the radiation and all those factors you need to understand that it's expensive, and then you need licenses. And the supplier needs to check your premises for any is it safe to use it there, all those considerations. So the conclusion, so this work investigates on-site monitoring sensors available in the field, and then analysis is performed through a comparison table to pinpoint the advantages, disadvantages, and costs for various sensors encountered in the literature. So the objective of the analysis is just to help us make an informed choice when selecting a suitable sensor for our application. A suitable sensor must be efficient, accurate, consistent, and cost effective. If it meets those requirements, then the sensor will be used for our application. Because the bigger picture is designing a system that will monitor and manage fuel remotely. So this is the main purpose. So according to this, our preferred sensor is the ultrasonic sensor because it is cheaper, provides better accuracy under conducive environments. It's efficient, easy to calibrate, and it's easy to interface with the Internet of Things. So the ultrasonic sensor is a shortcoming, which is for a blind spot if the liquid is too close to it. But that is not a problem because there has to be space to prevent overflow. So when calibrating it, it needs to leave a space, a little bit space, so that it can detect. Because liquid close to it then is for a blind spot. So that's the only shortcoming that requires, which will prevent any, and is not a, we don't bring the financial implications. So this is in a nutshell the summary. We look at cost effective, efficiency, accuracy, range, consistency, and class suitability. So that got us to that decision of an ultrasonic sensor.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, also we have the last presenter, which is Abdul Mohammed. Abdul.
name's Abdullah Hassan. I'm from Slimak University, Somalia. I'm very grateful to stand in front of you and present my paper. My paper is entitled by the topic of vertical search algorithm for job scheduling based on the backpropagation neural network along with Maghreb algorithm. So in a way that suggests that the different mechanical and computer integrated productions be streamlined using the multiple algorithms. So this is the outcome of the outline that I'll be going through in the few minutes of this solution. The problem statement reviews the current background of the literature review and outputs the necessity of developing a wide range of solutions that can help simulate or streamline the different variable, different pipeline jobs taking place under computer supervision. And the problems are enormous, have been abbreviated into the following 4 points that say there are suggestions of the configuration of fringe in the way of the work that produces the best or the lowest algorithm. And nervous sample application gone. That's a different build of algorithm. Also the different computing scheduling bottlenecks that cause a little bit of streamline delay. So this is a good picture about the whole project problem, and the solution is coming under. So what's coming now is a well-known solution problem that gives us how the problem can be formulated using non-streamlined or non-pipeline system, like bringing different groups in the line and putting one after another, so that it takes all the space with very delayed operation. So this is an example, traditional example of how manufacturing has been lagging behind this schedule on time. In framework. So this is before or in the tradition of having the absence of knowledge, of having streamlined job operations, like algorithm that simplifies the lives of the people using the algorithm. So we turn this into pipeline, and it gives us the throughput, which means that the multi-processing job taking place in the name of throughput will be to reduce the area of latency, which causes the people that are going to be suffering from time. So this is the best way to solve. This is now the streamline coming one after another. Okay. So still there are backlogs, or there are some steps taken behind of the process jobs, but still the level are required. So we change some of the backlogs and bring some points into operations and change the times that group in, group out takes place. So this is how it gives us a scenario of job scheduling based on different computing algorithms to be applied in the application domain. So this is in the meantime that we have sequentially computing groups. So to do things like that, you have at least 1 hour or less than 2 hours by the progression over the first week, or in the minimum of that we target to reduce the delay of latency time. So to observe that, we have the gap that flows, which says that the literature now recommends that the rural areas require some sort of analysis. And following the analysis, and the following solutions came out, which says that there has to be up-to-date model that comes from the combinations of different existing theories. So we have used the techniques that streamlines the job scheduling. There are so many actually well-known job scheduling in the literature, starting from like red first search, that are non-heuristic algorithms and also heuristic algorithms as well. So, to start with, this is the algorithm for the very first search that gives us a mathematical induction that should be programmed and enhanced and combined with the neural network. This is the scheduling algorithm that satisfies the criteria of the efficiencies that might be the best of optimum output that might be would be based on the required solution. And put into algorithms flowchart is just that you initialize your process going through the hierarchy of the program until there is a solution satisfied by the algorithm. Okay? So this is a mathematical model that very first search, along with machine learning system, combined with backpropagation, goes through by using DFS algorithm. It means that the very first search. So this is the first phase, phase one. Then you have again phase two, with one for the columns of the array and one for the columns for the rows, so that you have multi-dimensional, starting with the second dimension, third dimension, so that you have multi-processing jobs coming across into the machine integrated, then jumping into application. So rephrasing it in the automatic operations is that F1 that has been given in the earlier added to the F2 and combined with the furthest configuration of F3 and F4, then it's puts us into the algorithm. So in recognizing the efficiency of the algorithms, now this is application that's available in the knowledge value of job searching algorithms. This is the proposed area for the job scheduling system that's under review. So together we put here the ordering of the jobs. Here we have the neural network combination of the backpropagation along with the machine learning, and very first set one that's classifying the jobs according to the priorities or according to the based on the model that satisfies the very first search. Okay? And this is when you take the parameters of the first very set, there's got so many different parameters. But that has scaling and far-reaching effects the following, like max time, which is the duration, start and stop, and criticality, which means the predictability of the delay or the quickness of the algorithm, and deadline, which is the start and stop duration, and the stay time, which might be higher or lower based on the dependence over here. So all of those have been put into an area, and data set have been organized, and they've been classified into learning data and training data, and that have been normalized to be able to comply with the neural network input infrastructure, so that there might not be some sort of figuring the selection criteria of the input to output. So this is before the system has not been run, the situation has been machines with jobs that are not based on selection criteria, but they are just ready to run. Okay? So that's the job scheduling without having the algorithms in hand at the moment of the literature. And then we put into job scheduling using the preferred stage along with the backpropagation. And these are the number of machines in very specified example, a number of jobs you have. So that 300 data sets have been used, but this is the output classification that has been sorted out to be representing the solution or the contribution of the solution. And it has been increased the number of solutions as well from mixed packs. So you run multiple times, like multi-processing jobs from across many input domains. So give us that is then the system reducing the delay and breaking down into acceptable area of machine with the jobs so that they run in an atmosphere that's acceptable to them. So, this talks about theoretically how the system might accept or might contribute that the result can be acceptable. So, the back propagation along with learning house use different data sets. All of 300, some of being organized and some of being taken away as missing, or some data not useful for data processing. So 270 have been successfully classified, and they are put into the matrix for error classifications. And according to the data processing, or what's what we call error detection or error classifications, 280 have successfully identified or successfully went through the process without touching on the error point, and 20 of it has been identified or have been recognized as erroneous data. So the algorithmic terminology or the parameters of the provision matrix or error matrix are this. They have been put into tables and they're organized according to data simulation. Then 80% was found, the accuracy and the precision and the recall. Okay? So that's the concept that we use, A, P, C. Yes. Now, in the face of literature review and today's literature backup, we need now this study to contribute to the existing knowledge output in the area of the job scheduling. So the accuracy has claimed that it's as optimal as 93% based on the provision matrix. And it has been put again in terms of schedule reliability. So these are different models in comparison with the proposal that have been put into running or simulating systems and running the errors in what's called absolute error, relative error, or approximation error, so that from job to job you know the difference and the range of errors you have, and from total completion of the running, then you know errors. So it comes to that it reduces the acceptable level of errors that the current knowledge of job scheduling takes place. So this is also in line with the review of what has been devised, has been published in the body of job searching, job scheduling, and streamlining its operations based on different scholars, and as well as the proposals, and they are all given seminars. So that's the idea. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Any question? One question? Okay, thank you, Prof. We'll wait for the next session.
What time is that?
Next session? Now we will start now.
I think it's because it's relevant in I know something convenient.
Oh, so we always do that thing. That makes sense.
Because we don't have all the verification methods that we so
Are you presenting?
Control. No, you don't use this stuff.
Is your flashlight?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Cheers,
Okay, thank you.
You are in check of it.
I know, isn't it?
All you present, okay. I think the cheese outside is important.
Are you the chair?
Yeah.
Hello.
When they come first, you just wait for them? No sockets. I saw one. I will order. But where will he get his certificate?
No, sir. He will send by email. Because
We wait for someone. I think the audience are still not here.
You can start. We're waiting for the audience.
Because the audience.
We work.
In the USB, I have to put it inside.
done.
You're done.
Yes, this is good. No, they're already presented. Now this is the session B. Okay. This is session B, right? Next one. I think the guys they know what that means. So everyone can take this presentation. Okay. Right? They know that.
Okay, let's do it then. So, let's go. So, Mr. Ramasa has already uploaded it, right? And could I have your name, please? Okay, then we are still missing 4 guys. Are you there? No, that's in the session. Anyone want you? Okay, so it's already there. Good. Hello dear audience and fellow researchers. So welcome to today's session, and we hope this is our last session for today. So please have some patience if someone walks in and has to upload their file. So we are expecting 3 other members, still they are missing in here. So yeah, I would say let's begin the session now. And you have 12 minutes of the presentation.
Sure.
And I will just remind you.
Sure. Hello everyone. Yeah, hello everyone. I have 17 slides. I'll make sure to have them in 10. So I'll be saving time. Okay. This is me, Jawad El-Assad, and my paper is about discrete cosine document transform in comparison with the discrete cosine transform in depicting OCT images. Now, OCT images, or what's known optical coherence tomography, is a non-invasive high-resolution imaging modality that is used extensively in the field of ophthalmology, specifically to detect diseases of glaucoma and retina. The use of the low monochromatic coherent light source in OCT system results in a formation of a granular noise adherence in the image that we call speckle. Speckle noise is a feature of an OCT image that can obscure vision and impede diagnosis, which in turn may lead to wrong medical treatments. Now, the statistical model of the speckle noise is a form of a multiplicative noise. It can be modeled as a Rayleigh distribution. Now, we know there are other general models like the Rayleigh distribution. Rayleigh or Rayleigh, they came from a bigger or a larger model known as the K distribution. But for the multiplicative nature of speckle noise, we usually use Rayleigh distribution. Now, the model of the speckle noise is given by G equals F by U, where the G stands for the observed image, F the original one that we wish to extract, and the U is the multiplicative for the speckle noise. M and M refer to the lateral and axial indices of the image. Now, there are different schemes in literature that are meant to denoise or to despeckle the image, starting from the lower ones, if we can call them like that, averaging filters and adaptive weighted median filters. These are simple. These are simple, and they are always accompanied by loss of details. Now, the wavelet-based methods or all of the methods that rely on the wavelets, these methods require Gaussianization of the multiplicative noise because they fail to suppress the speckle noise. They are very efficient in suppressing additive noise, but not speckle noise. Okay, so we need like pre-processing stages. We need to apply the loop transformation to convert the multiplicative noise into additive, and then we apply these methods. Now, the issue is the speckle noise, usually, as we said, it is modeled by Rayleigh distribution. Now, if you take the log transformation of the image, then you have another distribution called the Fisher-Tibbet distribution. So instead of like having the spikes showing towards you, they will be in the opposite direction, okay? But they're still there. So we need like a process or simple filters to Gaussianize them first or to trim those spikes, and then we apply the wavelet or any wavelet-based method. Now, leap one, other methods, they are adaptive methods. They lose edge information when edges are highly corrupted by speckle. The probabilistic non-local mean also fail because it is based on the Bayesian framework that adopts Pearson instead of equilibrium distance. The equilibrium distance is how far similar pixels are from each other, while that is the equilibrium distance, while the Pearson is looking for how similar the pixels are to each other, how similar they are to each other. And because of this, the PNRM does not even work properly. So the objective of the paper is to implement a new method based on hard thresholding. We know there are two basic methods. Either we apply soft thresholding or hard thresholding. Okay? Now, the idea in this paper is to apply hard thresholding, but through the discrete cosine Stockwell transform. And the objective of that is to suppress the noise and to be such a method that is less sensitive to spikes. Now, in order to investigate this further, I'm using the discrete cosine transform in the same structure of the algorithm that I'm using, the discrete cosine Stockwell transform, and I'm comparing between these methods. And also, I'm comparing these methods with the regular hard thresholding that we use, like when we transform the image into the frequency domain and then select the large magnitude coefficients and disregard the small ones. This is the regular hard thresholding that we've been using, but we are comparing this now with the idea of projection, which is like projecting the noisy signal onto the signal subspace through what we call orthonormal vectors. And I will show this to you in more details. Now, here is the proposed algorithm, and I can show you the method that we've been using so far. You see, this is the noisy OCT image, or basically any image, And then since it is an image with NM indices, you need to segment the image into small windows, or we call them blocks. And this is the method that we have been using so far, where we just apply transformation to these blocks, either through DCT or DCST or any other method, and then you select the large magnitude coefficients, and then you do the inverse, and then this is how you reconstruct the image. So this is the red path is the regular path that we've been using. Now in this paper, I'm applying the idea of projecting the noisy signal onto the signal subspace, where these B blocks are first reshaped, and I need to spend some time here, so that please bear me if I'm taking some time. So those B blocks are first reshaped into vectors, and then we obtain the covariance matrix out of each one of them. We average all of the covariance matrices of all of these blocks. Then we apply DCT or DCST or basically any other transformation method on the overall covariance matrix, and then we sort the magnitudes of the columns of D in descending order. Then we select a subset of these D columns that basically represent the large magnitudes. We form a projection matrix out of them. Then after we apply the transformation to these blocks, then we reshape these blocks into vectors in order to match the sizes. You know, these are like matrices sizes. So we project here the noisy signal onto the signal subspace, and then we reshape those vectors back to the block size, and then we apply the inverse, and then we reconstruct the image this way. So this is the idea of the paper, basically. This algorithm, or these blue blocks, they represent the idea or the core idea of this paper. Now, Stockwell transform. Why did I choose Stockwell transform? Well, there are many transforms, but it has been claimed that Stockwell has like a better time localization for high frequencies and better time localization for low frequencies. Keeping in mind that the Stockwell transform is a hybrid combination of Gabor transform and wavelets. Now we know the problem with the wavelets. Wavelets needs Gaussianization. Otherwise, we will be left with spikes in the image itself. Now we will see how the projection method has overcome this problem, even for the wavelet-based techniques. Right? Now for the simulations, two different blood vessels sizes. Vessel sizes are shown, as I'm going to show you, and then I'm also beside the projection method and the regular method. I'm also comparing the proposed technique with other benchmark schemes found in the literature, like the total variation filter. I think this is a common filter, and the geometric nonlinear diffusion filter, and the detail preserving anthropic diffusion filter. These filters are common in the speckling area for the OCT. Now this is the simulated image. This is a noise-free one, and this is the kind of noise that shows up in an OCT image. Now, as you can see, I'm applying the DCT with the coefficient selection, and I'm also applying the DCT with coefficient selection. But here we are using the vector projection, and the vector projection according to the blue blocks that I showed you, and you can see the difference how the specking is completely suppressed. Now, of course, there is some blur in the image, but I will show you in a moment what is the reason for this blur. Now look at the benchmark schemes. They are not efficient, as you see. This is the total variation. We have left of spikes. Do you see those spikes, dark and white? These are basically spikes. The white is showing upwards, while the black is showing downwards. This is the only difference. Now you see the problem with the detail preserving anisotropic diffusion filter with the problem with the edges. The edges were corrupted. And the GMLD, which is the geometric nonlinear diffusion, again, we do have some corruption of edges, and also we also are left with the spikes and speckle in general in the image. Now, in order to see this better, I'm going to show you first how I apply this. The best was the block size of 8 by 8. Now the 2, 3 for the simulated experiment, I'm using two coefficients or two vectors for for the real experiment, for the simulated experiment, and 3 for the real. And here is the domain, spatial or log. It's best to apply the DCT or DCST in the spatial domain, while for the total variation in the log domain, GNLD in the log domain, DTAT in the spatial domain. These are the respective parameters of those benchmark schemes. But I have tested this, enough, and I can tell you that these are the best domains for these schemes. Now, I know this table is very confusing, but the thing is, you see the idea I'm showing you this, because we've been using the parameters. I mean, all of us in this technology field, we know there is a resolution parameter, a contrast to noise ratio, a speckled signal to noise ratio, signal to noise ratio, peak signal to noise ratio, beta, which is the edge detection measure, and the feature similarity index, and the mean spectral similarity index. We are aware of this, right? But what happens is that in our publications, we have colleagues who only get satisfied with a few of them, and they claim their papers or their algorithms doing the best based on just a few of them. As a recommendation that I recommend, I'm giving to myself and to my colleagues, it's not enough to use a few ones. You have to use all of them, and you will see how some methods they can perform very good in one of the parameters, and they fail in the next parameter. So if you want to do an overall judgment on how efficient your scheme is or your algorithm is, you have to look at everything and see how they vary. For example, look at the, now I'm just focusing, this is the projection scheme that I'm proposing. 1 minute left. Oh, I thought I'm fast. Okay, say this is the DCT vector projection, this is the DCST. Now you can see that they have achieved the highest mean structural similarity, and the better signal to noise ratio, and the better peak signal to noise ratio. Now this is the lateral profile, and you can also see you see that these two at the end, they have performed the best for the vector projection, the bottom. So the proposed scheme has also did very well. For the real experiment here, I'm using this retina image, and we can also see the performance. The performance is doing good for the projection method compared to the coefficient center and compared to the other benchmark schemes. This is again showing the profiles that they have met the simulated experiment, and they are showing very good. I'm finishing. The conclusion is, beside the result that I said, it's not enough to use only like 2 parameters. It has been shown that DCST and DCT are good in suppressing specking noise, but the DCST is not as good as the DCT. So the simple discrete cosine transform is better than the discrete cosine Stockwell transform. And the proposed techniques have shown superior performance in suppressing specking noise compared to the benchmark schemes. The thing is, why am I saying this? Well, because DCT is better in performance, and also regarding computation complexity. We can see that DCST, that based on Stockwell transform, has a complexity of n squared for n dimensional signal, while the DCT is only of n log n. So this is it, my friends. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for the presentation. So now the session is open, or the presentation is open for questions. Okay. Please go back to table 2.
Table 2, sure. This one?
Yes.
All right.
I agree with you in terms of using all of the metrics that are here.
Yes.
But now the question that I have is, what conclusion then do you come up to when these are giving you opposite results?
That is a very, see, that I said try to save time. I want to elaborate more on this. Now, when you look at the numbers, you will see, and especially when you compare them with these numbers. Now, if you look at these numbers, the higher the resolution, the worse. But if you notice that the higher is the better specking PSNR and SNR, and also the better the MSSI and the FSI. Right? Now, if you look at the other methods, they can also give you good SNR and PSNR, right? But they fail to give you good ones of the other ones. You see what I mean? So by investigating the table, you can see that you can make a judgment that the projection scheme is better. The thing is, here in the simulated experiment, we have a reference image that we can see all of the parameters. But for the real one, we do not have such a thing. We do not have such a thing, okay? Because we do not have a reference image. So we are obligated to use only the first three parameters. But how can we make a judgment on them? This is by comparing this table with the previous one and look at which parameters have performed the best. Based on these readings, you can conclude that those methods, the proposed methods, have achieved the highest signal-to-noise ratio and the highest peak signal-to-noise ratio. So, see what I mean? You have to read the table in order to make such a judgment. Yeah, I hope I answered.
Any other questions? So then I have a question.
Sure.
You said, did I understand correctly? You said now, as you go higher on the resolution,
Yes.
the better the resolution.
The number. When the number goes higher, the more the better is lower.
The result is lower.
Yes.
So more the resolution, better is your result.
The less the resolution parameter, the better the quality the image is.
So now, for example,
Yes.
you said, how do you differentiate between the speckle, for example, your filters?
Yes.
They can see it as a speckle, but maybe it's not a speckle. It's some important information behind it, and maybe it is lost.
Yeah.
So how intelligent is the system that differentiates between it?
That is a very good question. Now, let me remind you of the fact that if you use one coefficient or one orthonormal vector, all of the methods, all the transformations will yield the DC coefficient. Okay? The DC coefficient is very blurry. Okay? Now, if you look, I have used 2 and 3, 2 coefficients per data set, or 3 for the real experiment. Based on testing, based on experimentation, when the parameter goes towards the DC coefficient, it becomes blurred. When you raise it up, it will show you more details, but on the account of the appearance of the speckle. So it's like a trade-off. You can think of it as a tuning parameter. Okay? So you clarify the image. By the way, I have a similar work in an ultrasound for the ultrasound machine, and I have achieved a patent, a US patent this last year. And I made it precisely, but now I have moved to the OCT, and I'm trying to also improve the system or this one.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hereby present you.
Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kumar.
Hi everyone, I am Mr. Kumala, and I'm going to present some of my paper that is part of the master's project, supervised by Dr. Yunus Abdul Kafar and Dr. Simon Winberg, titled The Development of a Low-Cost, High-Resolution Axon Imaging System. Just an outline of my presentation. I'm just going to go through the introduction and then address some of the research objectives. And then I'm going to go straight into the simulations and the design and development of the radar. And then we'll look at the experimental results, and then I'll conclude the presentation. Okay, just a quick introduction. Target classification, which is very useful for military and civil applications in surveillance for air, sea, and even land. Is one of the applications I looked at for this project. Specifically, looking at how drones have become more used in today's society, and they're becoming a threat for military spaces or high security space as well. So it's quite necessary to actually classify them or identify them in spaces. Another application I looked at was sort of monitoring of satellites. As more satellites enter the airspace, it's quite important to sort of monitor them so that they don't collide with other satellites or space debris. So one of the techniques that is used to image objects is inverse synthetic aperture radar. It's an imaging technique that basically measures the target that is rotating over different aspect angles to generate a 2D or 3D image of the target, providing quite valuable information such as the size, its velocity, and the shape as well. ICECET is formed by, as I said, currently processing the received signal from the radar, which is taken at different look angles to generate a high resolution image. Some of the challenges that are faced in ICECET. To generate a focused image, the target must not vibrate through resolution cells. So if the target sort of changes more than what your resolution is, then you have blurring the final image, which then reduces your probability of correct classification. So one of the challenges that is faced in ICECET is to actually compensate for the motion of the target, such that all the scatterers remain in a single range and cross-range bin. So motion compensation is quite a critical step in generating focused images that are actually will increase your probability of correct classification. Selecting these compensation algorithms can be quite challenging, as this depends on the application, the target, and the type of motion. So you probably have to go through multiple experiments testing different algorithms to see if it's actually fit for application. And the main issue here is that gathering data or actually testing algorithms can be quite expensive because you have to use real-life radar systems, which might be quite complex to operate. And this creates sort of a barrier in research where if there's not enough funds for researchers might not be able to collect the data or even perform the experiments. So the purpose of my work was to develop a low-cost ultrasonic ICECET imaging system that can be used to experiment, collect data, and actually learn about ICECET even more. So this is obviously trying to sort of break that barrier between the cost that is currently there with trying to perform research with real-life radio systems. The benefit of using ultrasonic sensor is that it actually can be used in a closed environment, like a lab environment, in short range as well. And the cost of actually developing radar is actually quite relatively cheap because you can use standard electronic components because operating frequency is around 40 kilohertz. So you can actually achieve quite a high resolution with just minimal cost as well. As well, the size or the resolution that is actually achievable by ultrasonic radar is actually comparable to those that is actually achieved by real surveillance radar systems. So that makes actually comparing the results practical, and the results we get from ultrasonic radar can be used to predict the performance of real-life radar systems. So first of all, what I did was simulate the ICECET imaging process, looking at a turntable environment. So we have a radar that's measuring targets on a rotating on an object on a turntable uniformly at close range. And some of the things that parameters that I picked was the ultrasonic operating frequency and bandwidth, which was what was available in the market for low-cost ultrasonic sensors. So as I said, they operate at 40 kilohertz with a bandwidth of 4 kilohertz. I've transmitted a chirp signal so that we can have that high resolution in the slant range. And yeah, the turntable as well, the parameters we picked was based on what was available commercially at the time, which was sort of small, compact turntables that were rotating around about 12 degrees per second to generate the motion for the ICECET imaging. Just look at the processing steps that we took to formulate the image from the measured data or simulated data. First of all, was actually to simulate the received signal from the radar, and in that case we just look at the target as composing of multiple point scatterers, and for each scatterer we rotate it through the turntable, and then we get the distance from the radar to the target. Then we get our echo or the time delay. Okay. We, after rotating it, we then determine our time delay, and then we then simulate our received signal from that. And then from the simulated signal, we take that to baseband to extract the phase and amplitude information, yeah. Once we have our complex signal, we then pass it through a match filter to generate range profiles. And we generate our range profiles using a match filter in the frequency domain that's taking the received signal and passing that to an FFT, as well as the time domain signal, and then we multiply that and then we bring it back to the time domain to generate our range profiles. After the range profiles, then we create a radar matrix, which is basically stacking the range profiles such that you have one axis for pulses and another one for range. After we have our range matrix, we then perform an FFT in across the pulses to generate a range Doppler map, as you can see from here, and then we obviously pass it through a Windman function to reduce the side lobes in the cross range, which is the results there. And then we can actually convert the Doppler axis to velocity by taking advantage of that relationship between velocity and the frequency. Then we have to scale the Doppler axis to get the cross range, which will then give us a 2D image of the target. One way we quantify the quality of an image is using resolution. As I said, the slant range resolution, which is the axis that is parallel to the line of sight of the radar, is the slant range resolution, which is dependent on your transmitted bandwidth. And then cross range resolution, which is perpendicular to the line of sight of the radar, is dependent on the rotation angle. So to have a high resolution cross range, we rotate for sort of longer time or wider angle. As I said, to increase our resolution, we rotate over large angles. However, this has a side effect. As you can see in this case, we only rotated the target for 10 degrees. Where you can see the resolution in cross range is not so great, but increasing that, you get a more finer resolution, and the sort of the target is concentrated at a much finer point. However, if you increase the rotation angle, you eventually get migration, which causes blurring of a final image. So this is just explaining the slant range migration as the target is rotating from its initial point to the point at time t. There is migration, so its slant range position changes over time, which is the plot that is seen here of just showing how many bits it has migrated and the final blurred image there. To compensate for this, we have to first of all look at the geometry of the ISO imaging to get a definition for the migration, and we can actually obtain from this geometry a definition for how much the target or how much target will migrate in the slant range resolution, and that's not dependent on its motion. So we can actually work it out just using its position in the cross range dimension. And once we have that, we can then multiply the phase shift, or shift it and multiplied by the phase. This phase term here in the frequency domain, which will translate to a time shift in the time frequency. So this is after we actually have compensated for the slant range migration. We have the target in a single slant range frame. As you can see from this image, although we have compensated for the slant range migration, it's still blurred in the cross range axis, and that's because if the phase of the scatter is non-linear, then you will have a time-varying Doppler frequency, because that relationship between the Doppler shift and the phase. So we have to compensate for the quadratic phase error, which is present in the phase of a return signal. To compensate for that, we use the phase difference method, which is taking the radar matrix and then looking at two subsections of the whole matrix, and then cross-correlating them to find that phase shift. And then once we have a phase shift, then we can compensate for that phase error. This is the result after we've compensated. You can see before we had a non-linear phase, which is the blue phase function, which will result in time-varying Doppler frequency. And after we compensate for that phase error, then the phase function is approximately linear. And the final result of that is your target is centered or is concentrated at a single cross range and slant range position. Just a brief overview of our design for the radar. It's quite a simple ultrasonic transmitter and receiver, making use of low-cost ultrasonic sensors and a very low-cost microcontroller as well. The transmitter basically just filtering the signal from the microcontroller and then passing it through an amplifier, and then we receive the echo, we amplify that, we pass it through an NTXN filter, and then we sample it back into the PC. And this is the final sort of circuitry that we actually put in the breadboard on the variable. We did an experiment setup with the radar. I just had a simple setup with the turntable and the radar, and obviously working at short range. I used small corner reflectors as my target, and was transmitting a chirp waveform with a 10 millisecond pass width and 12 millisecond per hour, which is to achieve an unambiguous range of 2.5 meters, which obviously is good for close range, and then enough velocity so that our sketch is on alias in the top domain. You get some of the results I obtained. Yeah, so this is the target I was imaging, was measuring, and then this is the actual ISO image from that. And just comparing it to the simulated version of the same target, I think you can also see that resolution is much less. We were able to achieve a resolution of 7 centimeters compared to the theoretical of 4. Also cross range was pretty close at 3 centimeters compared to 2. And obviously you can see there's more clutter in the actual measured data from the ground and from the turntable as well. This is just looking at when you actually apply the computation algorithm on the measured data to focus the image. As you can see before, this is the actual measured data before compensation. And down here you can see that the position of the start range of the sketches sort of changes over time as we transmit more passes. And after we've compensated that, the image is much more focused and remaining in a single start range position throughout the imaging interval. As you can see, all the phase function has been linearized. Yeah. This is also just another experiment that we conducted to measure a toy model, just to understand how the performance will be on sort of targets that resemble real-life targets. And as you can see, we were able to get enough discriminant features from the results that we can actually use this to train a model for classification. Yeah. Just to conclude on the study was short, promising results for use in low-cost experimenting and learning applications in ISO imaging. We have achieved resolution which is comparable to that achieved by real-life radar systems. Yeah. And then just for further works, I think we can expand the system by adding more transmitters and receivers to simulate different scenarios with the radar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So open for questions.
One question, I remember seeing you use an IFFT somewhere.
Yeah.
Can you just go to that slide again?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, so you're doing a matched filter.
Yeah.
Okay, but on your range Doppler processing, you don't use the IFFT. You do the
IFFT.
So you IFFT on the range Doppler map.
No, that's an IFFT.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the IFFT is just for the match filter, but you don't actually use it.
Yeah, we have the actual radar matrix in the format.
Yeah. So you just do the FFT and then you do FFT down again.
Yeah, down.
Yes. Okay.
Any other question? I have a small question. What is the limitation of your setup or your product in terms of range?
Yeah, so the ultrasonic had all the radar that I developed had a maximum range of, say, 4 meters. So beyond that, I couldn't actually receive anything useful from the data. So it is actually meant for short range operation. Yeah.
Have you thought about it, how to enhance the range?
We could transmit higher power. So this whole system can actually be powered from the PC. So it just works from a
Do you
PC.
think high power will be good enough for efficient power consumption beyond the applications?
There's a trade-off there as well. Yeah. So I think for such a thing, I think we have cost in mind. So the design was cost-centered to reduce costs and just make it accessible to students and researchers. So that is something to think about.
One small recommendation we need to all fellow researchers, it's always better to put page numbers. Not only for you, for the other presenter also. I saw many. Why? Because now from your audience someone asked, go to that slides, so then you just note on the side. Thank you very much for the presentation. So I hand you your
Absolutely.
Should they keep it like this?
So maybe we should rotate it.
Thank you. So now I welcome Mr. Kalinikov.
Сергей Кулаков.
So as I think 2 or 3 of the presenters are missing. Oh, so you are at here now. Mr. Magali. Did you complete your presentation?
Yeah.
Good. And we are complete. We are missing still, I think, Mr. Delamini. However, we are complete from our session now. Mr. Delamini is a new person who was missing, I think, today morning, so that's also he's an Good. So,
Can I start? Hello, colleagues. My name is Sergey Kulmakov. I'm from Russia, from Nizhny Novgorod. And my today's speech, optimal model research for RNS-based devices. And so what is RNS? Many people know RNS as Chinese reminders theory, especially mathematicians or programmers, but I prefer the term RNS, residual number system. The core of RNS is the set of coprime numbers called moduli. Every number called moduli and the alt set called moduli set. The main characteristic of moduli set is product of all moduli and it is a dynamic range of moduli set. Any integer number in range between 0 and n-1 can be represented as the set of reminders by division this number by each modular from set. This is a simple example. Let moduli set is 3, 5, 7, 11. Dynamic range in this case is 1155. And so the maximum number which can be represented in RNS is this number -1. And for example, the number 57 in decimal number system can be represented in RNS by this set of small numbers. The primary operation in RNS is addition and multiplication. And what are the benefits of RNS using? How we multiply numbers in binary number system and how it is implemented in hardware. We multiply numbers such way, and every bit of final result depends on calculation of previous bits. And every bit cache the information from all previous bits. And this carry propagation is so heavy in hardware and takes much time. And benefits of RNS is using independent multiplication channels by each modular. If we want to multiply two numbers, x and y, that represented in RNS by corresponding sets, we can calculate only x1 by y1, x2 by y2, and take final modular operation. And
This model multiplication doesn't have long carry propagation such as this. This is a small example, the same moduli set. Dynamic range is 11 bit, and each modular at the maximum bit width of modular is 4 bit. And 4 bit model multipliers is much smaller than 11 bit model multiplier. Efficiency of RNS-based device hardly depends on choosing moduli set. There are many scientific articles that research any moduli set, and first of all, the set is have a moduli around power of 2. For example, the most known moduli set power of 2 and power of 2 plus minus 1. It's super effective set for reverse conversion. Reverse conversion is a conversion from RNS to binary number system. And forward conversion is conversion from binary number system to RNS. Instead of fast multiplication and addition in RNS, conversions are heavy operation in hardware. And this is disadvantage of RNS. And we find such moduli set that all operations, multiplications, additions, and forward conversion and reverse conversions will have minimum hardware resources. And this moduli set try to do it. But such big values in 3 moduli set is not so effective for model multiplier. It's super effective moduli set for reverse conversion, but for model multiplication, such a big number is not good. And all of the set are unbalanced moduli set. And the way to construct moduli set is use arbitrary moduli in set. And how we estimate our future device that can be works in RNS? First of all, we can create model on Verilog hardware description language. It's a programming language similar to C. This code implements ordinary multiply accumulated operation. Instead of variables in usual programming language, Verilog operates by blocks. And here A and B 5-bit inputs, C 10-bit input, and the result Z is 11-bit. Good device has low power, good device is small, and good device is fast. And the main characteristic of any device is chip area. It's a hardware, it's any chip, chip power consumption, and time propagation. That is time from input to output. About arbitrary moduli set. Arbitrary moduli set is much more balanced than special moduli sets that have good mark and not so bad conversions reverse and forward. If we construct a device based on RNS, we write model on Verilog HDL, we must perform a full synthesis of this model. For synthesis, there are many programs for full synthesis. For example, ICECET is an open source synthesizer, and in my article, I always use ICECET for calculations. Our suggestion is any estimation system that helps estimate chip area without full synthesis. Every synthesis, for example, takes about 10 minutes or 30 minutes, it's so long time. And if we change module set, we must run synthesis from beginning. And no ways to iterate through all module sets to find the best module set. And how we will do it? Estimation system will help us to estimate chip area without fault synthesis. First of all, we can, if you have a small dynamic range, for example, 32 bits or 64 bits, we can iterate through all module set by brute force. Every module set will be coprime, and the product of all moduli must be greater than needed dynamic range. But if you have big dynamic range, for example, 100 bits, 200 bits, iterate through all module set is impossible. It's too much computer time for this. And genetic algorithm helps to do it more faster. In genetic algorithm, the main term is chromosome, in this case is module set, is gen, it's one module chromosome, gene bank, all valid moduli, individual, it's a set of chromosomes, population is set of individual, and generation is one step in this algorithm. And then mate, crossover, and mutate as genetic operators that perform on every step, on every generation. And fitness is the main characteristic of individual, in this case, is a chip area. Instead of classical genetic algorithm that we maximize fitness, this we try to minimize chip area and minimize fitness. And of course, every individual must be in feasible region. Dynamic range must be greater than needed dynamic range, and all moduli must be coprime. And then this flow allows to calculate, allows to find the best arbitrary moduli set in few minutes. And a couple of words about operator. Selection operator met select two individuals from population, from upper half of population. And population is sorted by fitness, of course. Crossover operations makes intersection of two individuals and generate new offspring, new moduli set. Mutate operator performs mutation with any probability that we set in advance and change one of moduli. In this example, the moduli is 17, change to moduli 16. And what is the fitness function, evaluation function? The simple example is calculation fitness for modular multipliers. Modular multipliers by each modular can be calculated in advance, and all costs of modular multipliers can be stored in any table, file, and if we take all set of this module, we can perform sum of all costs and calculate the chip area. If you have a complex model, for example, reverse conversion, where result depends on all moduli in set, not only one modular, we can divide all model by simpler operation and calculate. Let's keep this interesting fact. This is the result of convergence rate of genetic algorithm, brute force iteration takes this number of combination, but genetic algorithm find this minimum value in only in 70 generations. It's very fast. And conclusions, we have two methods to find the best model set. It's the iteration method for the small dynamic range and genetic algorithm with high-speed convergence rate for the large dynamic range. And we have precise hardware cost estimation system that allows to estimate chip hardware area of chip without full synthesis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So, for questions, please welcome.
So this algorithm, do you run it on an FPGA or that? Because I saw you had some very long there, and do you implement the algorithm in VHDL and then test
It
that?
can work in VHDL, but I think it may be any other algorithm.
Is it faster on FPGA versus in software?
For this task, genetic algorithm is very fast. But for another task, I don't know. Genetic algorithm has many parameters, many tuning.
Yes.
And our parameters is, I think, the good for this high convergence rate.
So, any other question? Maybe I have a question. You talked about chip size. There is also a trade-off between either you can go for chip size or you can go for speed. So, is it affecting if you go and you miniaturize in size, will it affect the speed? Because it is either optimization in speed, optimization in size.
This is optimization on size, and I think not not in all cases. Small size is the faster than big size. Maybe power consumption is correlated with chip area, but no time. I think for timing it will be another technology.
Okay, and then what I understood that you just feed in and you get your set of parameters, right? So could it be possible to use neural networks and to train your system and you get your sets generated?
Neural networks, I think no. There is no data sets for this neural networks. It's a classical algorithm, genetic and iteration, classical algorithms, mathematician, computer algorithms.
How testable, how reliable is this one? How do you know that? For example, if it's working now in this scenario, but maybe it won't work where it is needed and it
maybe in future we'll think about it. But now, speed of this algorithm is enough.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And I hand you your certificate now. Maybe it's a picture and later we will collect it from you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mamata, please welcome for your presentation. And later we collect maybe your pictures from your do maybe YouTube or Wi-Fi. I hope you're not using iPhone.
Oh, for his one, this is one.
But you take also from yours.
Yes, there's a group of it. There's a group.
You mean, who made the group?
You can check with Simon.
Outside the meeting?
Yeah, Simon has the organizer.
All right, thank you guys for coming to this presentation. Which one about a constrained tuning creating robot for power inspection. So my name is Karen Berry, and I'm being supervised by Professor Roger at Manufacturing Engineering UCT. Right, so the vision is outlined in this particular way. I'll go through the introduction up to the feedback questions after I've concluded the paper and cover the next steps. Right, so in power and inspection, the standard procedure is engineers walking around across the line and stopping the structures and maybe using naked eyes, or if it's a bit taller, they're going to use a microscope to check the condition of the splices, of insulators, the brackets, and whatever them might be on that particular structure. The conductor itself, its condition, if it's coated or not, if it's being rusty or not, so we just go around driving around and checking for that. So recently, robotic systems have been developed to do this job with a bit battle for naked eye, when people are making mistakes. And the systems usually are used to identify degradation, mechanical damage, and corrosion. So compared to the manual inspection and some of the helicopter inspection and drone inspection, these have proven to be a bit cheaper, and they give good precision readings for maintenance purposes. So we know that the operating conditions are a bit challenging, and we need capable robots be designed to do this particular work. As you can see here, you've got a number of stays, you've got all these support systems and those insurers, so robots should be able to maneuver and be able to give information on what's happening in that particular point. So robots have been deployed, and most of these lack ability to navigate across obstacles like that pole or that stay. So these robots are mounted at the beginning of the line, and when they reach that obstacle, they are mounted over the obstacle. So still, you have somebody who is working with the robot. You are now just adding a lot of cost on an item that wasn't supposed to be there, since the human patient is still working across the line. Most robots can also graduate automatically, but these ones rely on complex and time-consuming maneuvers, movements, which then makes them have a bit high cost due to their many number of actuators and moving parts, making them expensive and effective parts. So, for example, this is one of the famous robots that is used to monitor lines. It's the external robot. It does some sort of calligraphed movement to go across obstacles. Alright, so this paper, or my research, focuses on, emphasizes on cost-effective obstacle negotiations. So the study explores robust control development using the UR branch, SimScape multi-boarding method, and CAD design to come up with an alternative way of doing that job that's cheaper and lighter than we used in an African setting. These that is expensive and usually used in high voltage lines. Right, so the objective is to test a control system that is able to drive the 2D fully actuated robot operating under internal, which is friction, and external, which is wind constraints, on an optimal trajectory that has been generated. Right. So the whole paper has been sorted into these 5 items. We generate the optimal trajectory, then we model the robot in SolidWorks, and then convert that SolidWorks file into Matter or SimScape. We're using system dynamics, then we model the disturbances, so the internal disturbances and external disturbances with the friction, then lastly we designed or care of the feedback control system to drive the robot. Right, so using FDN, which is a constraint validation tool in MATLAB, came up with the optimal trajectory that the robot can take at the lowest cost in torque. So here with this, we're trying to solve this particular equation to have the lowest torque that the model can apply to the joints of the robot to reach across an obstacle. And this was the tutorial that was developed for the first angle and the second angle, or joints of the 2D robot. Then from there, we mimicked, the robot has been built already by another student, so I mimicked the robot by developing in SolidWorks for simulation purposes. So this is aluminum material, and that is the motor that is being utilized in the robot now. So we're able to come up with the position of the robot closely, so that simulation should be as close to the real thing as possible by choosing aluminum that is also that is being used in that physical robot. So, steel dynamics, we utilize the famous 2-degree freedom planar model that uses Euler Lagrange and uses this generalized coordinate manipulator equation, where we have the mass matrix or initial matrix, the velocity matrix, and the vector matrix of the robot fed into the system to see what sort of torque can overcome that particular system dynamic. So this represents what we're working with. This is a true robot with our first joint and second joint, and the grip are there. The robot is set or put on that particular line, then it has to go from one position to the next across the line, like mimicking moving over and upside. So then we model the stresses or the constraints that the robot is supposed to move against. The first one were the internal constraints as friction. So in Simulink, the robot joints can take dynamic coefficients to model constraints. So we use cooling friction and vector friction of the robot to calculate for the dynamic coefficient to be fed into the robot joints. So how we got this was doing a stream identification on the physical robot by just releasing it from a point on the line and letting it oscillate freely up to rest. Then we took the readings from the IMUs to come up with the coefficients for Coulomb and viscous. Then we use those to calculate the dynamic coefficient to apply on the robot joint. Then externally, we know that the robot will be working in the field, and wind is always active in Cape Town most of the time. And so we wanted to actually also give that system a real feel of the active field, and model the wind force that would be felt on the arms of the robot by looking at Davenport wind model, which says forces, the wind force is just equal to half the air density, the drag coefficient, the crossing area of that particular surface, and square of the velocity of the particular wind. Then the drag coefficient is which is important here because everything else can just be patched in. But the coefficient uses the Reynolds number and just calculated, and we took the range of the maximum and minimum winds felt in Cape Town and put them in this simulation for us to find the flow controller. Right. Next was to design the feedback control system. So first of all, looked at computer control, which is famous and growing now in research. This was created by looking at or by using the robotic system toolbox in Matter, which has got blocks, Mandela blocks, where you can specify the mass matrix, the velocity matrix, and the level matrix to get in the parameters of the robot and to find what sort of torque you might have to control the robot. So this is the controller by using the CTC, or computer torque control, and this was how the controller was implemented in Simulink. So we put our derivative and proportional control gains that are being fed to track this position that was already generated using the auto generation technique. So we just take from the plant, we take the position and the velocity, bring it back, and then the feedback loop is complete, and then we track it. But we noticed that using CTC alone, for us to get better tracking, we were supposed to use very high gains, which meant our system would have a higher bandwidth. So we needed to have another controller to control or decrease this particular bandwidth. So we added a PID controller to the system. So this was done using the system identification toolbox of MATLAB. we utilize QFT. So in this way, we took the available output of CDC and the input from the automated data to come up with the transfer function of the system. Then with that transfer function, we run the QFT control design for the poles and zeros, so that we can now calculate for the gains of the I, P, and D of the controller. So I don't know if you know anything about QFT, but it's a bit involving to actually achieve those particular values. So this was our controller for the PID, and we have for the just here a zeta also just equal to the position as well. All right, so then with that, we had like a cascade control that was on top of the CDC control, and this was our final controller. Then from setting up the simulation, we've got these robot parameters. So these were as close as possible to the physical robot that is in the lab, but these are taken from the CAD model and fed into the Simulink model. And for the CDC only, the values for KP and KD, KP was 500 and KD was 44. But when we included the PID into the control system, we see that the values of KP as 25 and KD to 50. And these, for PID, these are the gains that were found from the QFT analysis. And this was the final setup simulation in MATLAB. And this was the result of the simulation. So you can see that the robot starts from hanging there, from the line, and it's able to follow a trajectory across an obstacle up to the next, and hangs on the line. Then this now can also charge the robot goes to the line, it's able to move to the next obstacle and does the procedure again of now avoiding the obstacle or plagiating. So this shows the position control, the path tracking of only the CTC. So you can see that there's some discrepancies. It's not able to track the path properly. And this was after if we put it actually higher gains, actually you may have an idea of that it's a bit able to track the system. So this now is the tracking result of CDC together with the PIG controller. So you can see that the tracking is almost the same, it's tracking perfectly. Right, so in conclusion, the simulation result demonstrates that the robot ability to track set points is achievable. And the next step is to now deploy the system on this existing robot to see how it's going to behave. But the main goal of the project is to design a feature and a robot. So we want to see how this can work on this. But in a simulation, when you actually adjust it to the robot, the control design fails. So we're trying to combine control with deep reinforcement learning to achieve that particular aspect. So lastly, I'd just like to finish with this quote. When I went to Atlantis, the first picture that I showed when I was doing research on how they do the maintenance, the linesmen were asking me, are you trying to take our jobs away? What are you trying to do? They were really trying to give me information. So, but I was trying to tell you, we're trying to actually help you get better working results when you're working in the field. So this is one of the quotes from the ex-CEO of ABB. The countries with the highest robot density are among the lowest unemployment rates. So technology and humans combined in the right way drives prosperity. Right, thank you for your attention. Now we can have any questions.
Thank you very much. Presentation is open for questions.
One question, when you said the issue is that there's a pole in between the lines, and this thing swings in a single plane. How does it go around the pole?
Yeah, so that's where I've said the goal of the project is to design a 3D and a 3D
Okay.
robot. So the 3D means you can go
It needs
in
to
all
swing.
directions. Yeah. So this particular experiment for this paper is done in 2D. But now the goal is to now incorporate a 3D aspect, see how it behaves. But the actual end of the day, we want to see it behave in 3D. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other question?
So this robot uses a starting position of the arm being all the way up.
Yeah.
Does the resting position play an influence on the controller's torque? Because surely you would have much more torque needed if you were to rest it towards the bottom of its movement cycle.
Yeah, that's true. So like the simulation starts from the resting position on the line, because what we are assuming is the robot has been moving from one pole to the next. So when it's about to graduate, it's actually driving on the line, so it's still in this resting position, so they have to go from that position to the next. So that's how the simulation is starting from that position, not horizontal. So if you were to start horizontally, then we would have to change the starting position to the horizontal position.
So then does it pivot both arms every time it encounters an obstacle?
Only one arm.
And then to return to the set position or the starting position at the top.
Yeah, so so in that case, it's not going to be with both arms, right? The first one detaches to the next one, and the second one detaches to the next line and continues driving.
So then I have the same question and also a comment. The question is, what if this arm moves and it doesn't move to the location or to the line that is continuing? Maybe it deviates from its path.
Deviates, yeah. So yeah, that's a good question. So that was also one of the design aspects. So the robot is supposed to catch into the line for you to grab the line. So when that fails, it means the robot is going to know it's going to go back and start the. So now you come to his question now. That's going to now start from the hanging position, not necessarily from the resting position. So then the motor has to be strong enough to move the robot from the hanging position without the help of gravity. So remember, when it's like in the resting position, it's gravity that's going down, so it's being helped by gravity. So the torque, the object pushes maybe here and there for it to crash into the line. But when it fails to grab the line and it goes on its free fall, the motor, the torque that has to be applied there will be different from the torque that was applied in the initial state, because now you are now using it like sort of zero gravity. So that is like search for. Now, what if it fails? So which is represented in this particular aspect of the paper. So for the failure position or failure scenario. So we are assuming that it always catches into the line and grabs it, so the other arm can detach and also do the swinging. But when it fails, we just put a higher torque motor as an actuator for that.
Now, more question goes more in a very critical direction. That is, it catches it. It's not that it is not able to catch, but it's catching the other line.
Oh, the other line.
Yeah.
No, so this is planar. So we're assuming that the line is straight, so it cannot go either direction. So it's not 3D.
It can go.
It can go. For this planar design, it's just one. It's in plane. It's not out of plane. So we're not assuming. But for the 3D one, it can catch the other line. But for the planar one, do you think it can catch the other line? It's just a single plane. You cannot deviate.
Yeah, not the robot, but I mean, lines are deviating.
The lines are deviating.
So there is something, maybe have a look.
Yeah.
Envelope of a robot.
So the yeah, so I think what you're talking about, there is another research where they do the design when the line is moving, the line is changing. Yeah, so that could be that. Right.
So my comment goes to the last slide.
Last slide.
The last slide.
Yes. This one.
Yeah. Maybe I will not agree to Mr. Spicenhofer statement. Maybe it's the other way around regarding this.
I agree with them. I was listening to in Singapore. In Singapore, the level of employment is very low, but Singapore is very tech savvy.
But with us, and maybe with some of you, it's the other way around. Many robots,
No,
no rescue.
so Joe is people.
So, yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I hand you it now.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So when it's hanging, it's made a lot more.
Yeah, because like when it's position, the blood is so kind
Zero friction, zero drag, it should come back.
Yeah.
So just talk it,
just guidance. Yeah, but now we don't see you need a thought.
Okay, hello. It's 6 p.m., so I will be as fast as possible.
No worries. Give everyone 3 minutes extra.
It's a joke. By the way, I'm here to present my work that is named Self-Modulated Adaptive Robotic Deposition. So this work is focused on one operation, that is the deposition operation. As we can see in this figure, the user must deal with several parts, and also it's difficult to deposit material in an homogeneous and uniform way. And also it's boring and also dangerous because the user assumes a non-ergonomic position. So to sum up, this operation is tiring and risky for the health in the long run. So our research is this. So it takes, I developed a tool that takes a photo, scans this photo, in particular the mechanical shape, takes this mechanical shape into a coordinate file, generates deposition path using some AI and some stuff that later we'll see, and then send this information to the robot that deposits the sealant in this mechanical shape in the real world. So to be more precise, let's see an example. So here, for example, is the mechanical shape converted into a coordinate file. So our tool generates a grid of points uniformly that we can specify, or the tool has default parameters inside. Then we merge these coordinate points with the mechanical shape, and we remove the points that are outside the figure. At this point, we can focus about the deposition. So in particular, the deposition has to end in the same point that is the starting point. Then has to be homogeneous, so has to cover all the dots one time, and also has to be homogeneous. So and also we want to save as more material as possible. So what we can say is that our creation of the deposition is simply a TSP problem, which the path that we generated is the shortest as possible. So we can see the first trial, that is we applied an algorithm that is the nearest neighbor algorithm. We started from a random point and we selected the next point as the closest one. Then we use another algorithm in order to perform the first one. In this case is a true optimal algorithm that tries to delay the intersections between the edges. And then a simulated annealing algorithm that is old but very good in this case, because tries to escape from local minima in order to find the best path possible. So we have this use case. So we work with a company that is operating in aerospace field. In particular, the operators has to apply sealant into this kind of mechanical shape and has to apply to the fuselage. The problem is that the user has to deal with very several parts. It's like 100, and every time if has no the part in memory, has to convert the path into a CAD file, and then has to generate the path for that mechanical shape, and then has to apply the sealant. So we think that for the translation to the CAD implies 4 hours, then the position creator another 3 hours, and also the position on the part that is half an hour. So he spends a lot of time and he's so boring. With our application, in 10 minutes has finished his job. So in this tool there is some innovation. For example, the user don't waste their time to replicate the mechanical shape on the computer and generate the deposition path. Also, this tool uses an optimized library method that is named reference-based optimization that transfers the knowledge of the user into the tool. And also, with this method, the user is able to quickly inspect the position and then eventually correct the position. Next step could be really, really good if we will do a training method. So we want to use this tool that takes 10 minutes in order to train a generative language. So that once it's trained, we pass an image, so for example this image, and we said, okay, let's generate a smoother path or a path with short angles or something like that, and in real time the LLMs will generate the deposition path. Is in a work in progress, still not working, luckily, but we hope that somehow will work. And thank you. Here is my contact in LinkedIn, and if you have some question, I'm here for you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And now it's open for questions.
Good job.
Yeah, that was quick.
Thank you. That was good though. It was good, straight to the point.
Yeah. So my question is, when you started from deposition, I thought about, the semiconductor deposition for something. So what do you mean by deposition?
Deposition is when you deposit the
Deposit
material into a mechanical shape. So for example, here is a good example. So the user has this material that wants to apply to a fuselage. So the idea is that he takes the sealant gun and puts a lot of sealant in this shape, and then takes this and it puts into a fuselage without screw and everything. There is a nice type of screw that is named the Clecos. That is like a screw that you push inside, and then it's like I don't know, like a scotch, okay? And then once the sealant has taken this position, you can remove this Clecos, and you save a lot of weights, okay? And also for vibration and something like that is really better having a sealant inside the fuselage. And also this material is a good material because it will keep in the fuselage forever. So, but I don't understand. I think that I'm lost.
I think it's the same thing.
Okay.
It's material deposition, right?
Yeah.
Fine. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I invite myself for the last presentation. Hello, welcome to today's presentations, and please give me time.
All right, okay.
No, what's the time?
What's the time? Oh, the time. What,
12 past.
12 minutes past.
12 past.
12. so I didn't see the picture. So I'll try to catch up on the important points. Let's skip some slides. So I begin with motivating you and introducing you to the topic, and then I'll speak about functional safety, and then particularly on the standard, automotive standard ISO 26262, and then I'll speak on the model-based development, how we used it in our work, and how we used it to design an automotive electronic control unit, and then I will conclude my talk. So, I feel there is something. So we know that we are much more dependent on electronics, and the tendency is rising as ever, but it has also some results, and what we have to take into consideration. And yeah, we are dependent on it and becoming more complex, and extensive use of software is there in almost every electronics. But what if it fails? These electronic systems. Therefore, we need to come up with alternative solutions that would provide high reliability and safety, and it should be testable. So, this photo, many of us have already seen, and it is from the deep water horizon, and we know what happened there. Similar, it happened also due to electronics in trains in Germany, and also we have seen this thing in many flights, and the famous one, 737 MAX, so we all know what happened there too. The same thing goes on as a story. I don't know if someone still remembers these things. And in those times, if someone thinks about electronics and such things, and nowadays if we see, if you open anything, it is totally electronics. In fact, in the coming years, we are stopping manufacturing any mechanical or the, not say the old one, but the modern cars. Now in Germany, we stop building mechanical cars. It will be totally electronic cars, electrical cars. So when it is electrical, we need coding, electronics, computer coding. The first space shuttle, we just have these much lines of codes. And in a modern commercial airplane has 3 million of lines of code. And just a normal car, a modern automobile has, there is no comparison. And it has, now in current, it has more than thousands of electronic control units. So such many electronic we actually need it. So we need coding for all these things. So when we see why now, just in previous years, the average semiconductor content per light vehicle is this much. And if we see in comparison what's the cost of the vehicle now, today if we see we are somewhere 40% of the car. In a car, just the 40% of the cost of the car is just electronics, and we will go to 50% very shortly. So these things has to be taken into consideration then. And from these electronic systems we have risk. And risk is the severity times the probability of occurrence of that thing. And safety is the absence of unacceptable risk. Therefore, we have failures from these electronic systems, and these failures can be systematic, can be random, can be common cause. This systematic error, this comes from coding errors. These come from gross negligence. And random errors, of course, we don't have control on random electronic hardware errors. It can come anytime, at any point in time, like for example, corrosion or anything, the fuse just blows up. Therefore, we use something called PIU, the proven in use electronic components. But of course, what we can do, we can improve these things. how to improve them, and how to prevent these failures. We can only avoid them or we can just control them. So here it comes function safety. This means the safety system can be considered functionally safe only when the random, systematic, and common cause failures do not lead to malfunctions, and these are the consequences of those failures. Therefore, these standards come, the function safety standard comes into play. The 61508 International Electrotechnical Committee has laid down this standard as a mother standard, as an umbrella standard, and all these for process industry medical release. And the others, they just are the adaptation of this common standard. And today we just speak on the 26262 standard. So we know ever increasing complexity in cars nowadays. Therefore, if we see in a normal ECUs, not many components, and they interact with each other. Of course, we have interference, we have failures. So we just check this one today, that how do we cope with these things? And the scope of 262 is the avoidance of faults or the mitigation of faults then. So, yeah, for efficient programming of these complex programmable electronic systems, it needs time and effort. And of course, we need high quality, high confidence, and productivity. Therefore, testing is very important, and it's not simple. And if not tested, the software, any point in time may lead to failures, and we would live with consequences. Therefore, it is a challenging job. So the other approach is the model-based development. That has some advantages, like for rapid development, saves time and cost, and early verification and validations. Now, the systematic failures that we spoke on, the model-based development addresses this issue. For example, the automotive standard 26262, it has the current version which is used in the industry is from 2018, has 12 parts, and section 6, product development at software level, it speaks about the model-based development. So this model-based development actually or mainly has 3 parts, such as, for example, the modeling of the electronic control unit, and then the code generation, that is not coding it from the scratch, and we have testing. So in this one, we just model it. Here we generate the VHDL or Verilog codes from the model, and there we test it for verification purposes. Now the process flow, first we begin with, in our example, we begin with signal processing design based on the model-based development, and then we go for the configuration of our hardware, and then we simulate to check its functionality, and we check if there are some errors, we just go back and we just adapt our design. If it's working in here, so this means our model is in functioning, and then we go further, we go and we check our target hardware, where we would like to implement our model, and then we configure it, we generate the codes for that hardware, and we just we simulate the hardware on this level, and if there is any issues, we go back and we change our configuration, we adapt it, and if it's working, we go further and we implement the hardware project. For example, here it could be Xilinx Vivaldo, and we run the synthesis, verification, it's working fine. If not working in here, this means the procedure should be done again. Because based on the model, everything has been done. If the results are not as expected, this means there is some issue in the model. And if it's working, we just go further to integration, where it's given to the integration team and they integrate with other codes to implement into a more larger, complex system. And yeah, the results for the ECD model simulation, what we see in the logic analyzer, we have selected the same range of the simulation, and we compare this one with the final after generating the HDL code. And the summary will be provided describing all important factors in the code generation, and the lay down a hardware project and shift all those our codes into it and simulate it, and then again we check the same section of the simulation that we simulated on a model level, and here is the RTL level simulation, and we compare the same section, and we found that our results are matching, or so this means according to the model-based development as per 26262 has been successfully verified. So this means this process, what ISO 26262 recommends in their in chapter 6, could be used for further implementation of even more complex systems. So, yeah, what we said, it is assisting to model, implement and test concepts and with minimum efforts and costs. And we compared to manually coding VHDL of any chip. If it is done with the model-based development, we save much time to market. This means we are in the business or competitive to other industries. And sequential steps were discussed in this, and it concludes the functional equivalence of hardware design to the model design. So, yeah, we could be also using model-based development, be faster in certifying our product from 26262. As an outlook, we see that the next step is to actually implement this in an FPGA, and the next step is to actually implement this one into our ACP line. So, I thank you very much for your attention today. So, we come with questions.
Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. It's very nice and interesting to follow. I wanted to find out, with the advancements in AI and with most of the code being generated by users, how much of a problem do you think it would be to have human error prone in advanced cars and vehicles? Because I'm looking at talking about millions of lines of code, and most people are now maybe using AI tools to generate code. And there's the idea of humans being involved in the development of the code itself. So how much would that be, let's say 10 years from now?
Yeah. So I would try to convince you with my answer. AI is still in the development phase.
Yeah.
AI is still not reliable. AI is still very doubtful. And the second part of the answer could be, or is definitely, that these softwares that we use to generate code, for example, in this one, should also be certified from, for example, let's say 26262 or from 61508. So we have something called qualification tools. So if it is certified, this means then you are able to use those software to design your hardware, which could be certified later. So everything depends on each other. So yeah, in the future, if this module of AI is certified by certification agencies, then you could directly use it.
Any other questions?
One more question. So I saw you presented the RTL simulation results, but the FPGA, did you compare the actual results that they match up with the simulated results? Like, could it meet the timing?
You mean actually after emulating it?
Yes. Did you program the RTX 7 and then test it, pass through the data and see if it behaved as expected?
Up to now on an RTL level. But
Okay.
Emulation means actually to just throw the code into the FPGA.
Yes.
So it's still remaining.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm having maybe a comment question. So like this ISO 26262. So I've seen all that sake of whatever is happening there, but with the number of codes that are being implemented in the ECU these days, isn't there, does this ISO standard also look at cybersecurity for the ECU?
No, for cybersecurity,
Is there
you
no
have
standard?
21434.
So, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
But nowadays in automotive industry, you have this cybersecurity, 26262 and SOTIF. These three standards are very extensively implemented and needed. So dear audience, that's it for today, and it was really very enjoyable to see you all, and maybe somewhere in life we see each other again. Thank you.
Very well, yes. So we'll share the pictures that
Bye-bye.
That's the best. Maybe we'll send everyone. We'll drive. Yeah. You're going to get everyone's services. So
I can set up a Google Drive link and I'll send that all in.
Sounds good. Successful.
Just it's so busy. I'm going to be sitting there at 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So which is to disconnect
So it should be just here.
Could you bring them to, well, you can just leave them a bit dispensable. Okay, I think so.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tomorrow to the online.
Yes.
Only the last person will not come. Is here.
Okay.
This one, all others were present, and all the presentations were. Because I think this is session B, and somehow, I think everyone should be here.
No problem. No problem. Okay.
No, his certificate was not provided.
Yeah.
Not provided, he was.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And maybe somewhere in life we meet again.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Yeah, maybe I would like to request you for picture. Yeah, I'll put it this one. No, I'll just put this just a moment.
I'm also taking.